All right. What's up, everybody? They had really nailed all that down. And then after the fourth game, they disbanded. Several key members left Konami to work for other studios. Konami reshuffled employees around the company at that time, so a lot of people wound up being put onto other projects. And, some different elements all kind of happening at the same time. One said Scrubs, the TV show Scrubs, was the inspiration. We pushed back and said, look, if this goes out, it will be a disaster. There's a hardcore fan base of Silent Hill players. Yeah, tasty 16 by 9. This game contains images that could be considered violent and disturbing, such as knockoff pyramid heads, weird-looking Alessas, and other stuff. But can we consider the images? That's the real question. We're going to consider several of the images in sequence. And there's a lot to consider. Subtitles, yes. Vibration, no. And right away, there's stuff to talk about with this intro.
Who'd I just pass there? That you, good buddy?
Treetop tall and wall to wall. Travis, you messed up son of a bitch. What you doing on my road?
Late on a gig, bud. I'm taking the shortcut past Silent Hill. Stopping for coffee as soon as I hit Brahms. I'm beat.
Bad dreams still keeping you awake. I told you, man, a girl or two would go a long way. Sleep like a baby with a chick in your cab.
Guess I just don't meet the right girls, bud.
Maybe if you weren't always blabbering about losing your parents when you were younger, how you don't even remember how, why.
Hey, chill. You don't see me bringing up your issues.
The other truckers know about Travis's
My
issues.
old lady keeps me fully informed of my feelings. The girl keeps notes.
You mean she hasn't
It's no
left you
mystery.
yet?
Any day now. See you around, Travis. Take it easy.
The town is
10-4.
not like forcing
Catch you later,
Travis to like face up to this traumatic past and these issues that he's got. He knows so fucking well that he tells other truckers and they give him shit for him. Like, his issues are that well known. The town's not showing him anything new. See, these aren't like repressed memories surfacing or anything like that. They're just bad memories that he already has and knows about. Alessa's already projecting herself? Even though she has not split her soul yet? Splitting the soul happens at the end of this game? So Alessa's using powers that she literally does not have yet. And this is our prequel to Silent Hill 1. There's Alessa, straight out of Kingdom Hearts.
Huh? Hey, come back!
Just her character model feels very inconsistent with everyone else's. Like the proportions are not right. This is Travis Grady fist fighting his truck. Very deep symbolism for everything we're going to experience throughout the rest of this game. At least we've got some really fucking good music to ease the pain as we start Origins. That girl, did I hit her? I need to catch up with her. So he's not sure if he hit somebody. He wants to go check on the girl. So he's just going to leave his truck here in the middle of the road. Also, a middle of the road with no intersection and a stop sign for some reason. Symbolic, I guess. Gotta waste time and just enjoy this whole song.
Is it lonely where you are? Does the darkness know your name? Does mine? What's it like? Can you feel? She said her blood turns to ash. Laughing, Dad, do you know what you've done this time to me? Burning eyes, can't forgive you. Lonely moon drives on, and deep in me, your illusion, what you see in me.
Honestly, this intro is like the best part of the game. This music is great. Fog, the walk down the road.
Did you have that dream again?
The camera angles.
You're receiving
Like, they tried.
said she. Emptiness.
Especially when you know how much of a nightmare development must have been. But just given this little intro segment, this little walk into the town, if I had only seen this back when this was coming out, I'd be like, oh man, I'm excited. I want to see more. Well, welcome to Silent Hill, where things are not always as they seem, and this sign is always different.
Maybe something as a
Because as soon as it impresses you with the nice music and the nice camera angles and this like fog effect, it immediately turns stupid. It turns stupid as soon as somebody starts talking about it in the game, and that kind of sums up the whole game. If you're looking at it from just purely a visual standpoint, it's not bad. You can tell they were trying. But you walk through all this up to this point, and then what happens? What's happening?
Not fog.
It's smoke.
Oh my god.
You couldn't tell? You couldn't fucking tell? Smoke's got a really distinct scent.
Someone's in there.
Until you were next to the burning building, you didn't realize it. And then we see Dahlia in her weird past form, lurking around the burning house, her own burning house. Locked from the other side. Yo, Reaver, thank you so much for the 14 months. Very much appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Hope you're doing well tonight. Don't worry, we're fine in here. My instincts make me immediately want to run out of this. Because, like, fire, and smoke. Also, I've been playing a lot of Valheim, and I mean, you would absolutely be dying of smoke inhalation right now in Valheim. These people need to learn how to build chimneys. The inside of the house is full of fog. What's going on? But Travis is fine. Don't worry. He has amazing lungs. All of his time spent sitting on his ass, driving from place to place in his profession as a trucker, has left him in peak physical condition for things like running and breathing. He's the fucking best. We'll see just how good of a runner and breather Travis is as soon as we get some distance to run around in the town. There's something to this painting. Makes me want to stop and look. This isn't the time, though, and it's going to burn, just like the others. It's a little bit hard to see through the smoke, but through the fog. But there's Pyramid Head. Pyramid Head, who was originally going to be in this game, in that first version, before it got sent to Climax UK. He was going to be a cannibal butcher version of Pyramid Head. And they decided to just take the pyramid off, change it up a little bit, and make him the butcher instead. But they still have little nods to Pyramid Head being here. They've got the painting of him here. We see another painting of him later at the end in one of the hotel rooms that's just littered with concept art. This is why he can't run more than 3 seconds later in the game. Oh, that could be. This is the canon explanation for why he's not able to run throughout the rest of the game. It's because we spent this first part of the game just standing around breathing in smoke and ash and fire. Except that if you sprint down that street immediately after getting out of your truck, he's already struggling. But I guess if all of it is smoke, not fog, all the way out there to his truck, that much? Damn. There's no time to look at books. This an adventure game? No run? Oh, there's running. I'm just taking my time. That's what we do here. We spend a lot of time soaking in the atmosphere of Silent Hill games. Stuff like this, you know. It's not bad. Reminds me a little bit of the burning textures in Silent Hill 3. Not quite as good, but kind of similar. As soon as you get this close, you can already see the halo of the sun. They really love the halo of the sun. After Silent Hill 3 introduced it, that becomes like the main recurring symbol throughout the games. Way more so than the Seal of Metatron, which you would think being like the main seal that you see around in Silent Hill 1. Look, holy candles from Silent Hill 4. Look, a pile of beef jerky wrapped in some paper towels. And it's not quite burned yet.
You're coming with me.
So, the music's all cool, and the atmosphere is pretty great. We're like in a burning building, saving Alessa from this cult ritual, but already my brain, having played Silent Hill 1 a whole lot. Imagine playing this the first time that it came out, where by this point I had become like a really big Silent Hill nerd. I was spending a lot of time playing and researching the games, and then we get like a new game, Silent Hill Origins. And as a big Silent Hill 1 fan, I'm like, wait, what? What's happening? What's happening right now? Dahlia's house is on fire. You go upstairs to the second floor where there's a ritual set up and Alessa's burning. Dahlia's acting like it's intentional. Alessa says, "Let me burn," implying that if she was allowed to just burn all the way to death, it would kind of ruin the ritual. But if she survives, which Travis is helping her do, that would work against what she wants because it would help the ritual be completed. But if the best thing is for her to just stay here and burn, then why would she allow Travis to help her and even help Travis help her escape? Because you would think, okay, Travis is just stupid. He doesn't know what's going on. He's just trying to save a little girl in a burning house. So you start to leave. Travis is strong as fuck, by the way. XOFJK, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you so much. Very much appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Oh, hey, this music. This will play later when we fight the Butcher. Foreshadowing. So Travis falls through the burning floor, lands, does a superhero landing without even losing his balance or his grip on Alessa. There's a firewall in the way, but a halo of the sun appears. Alessa used her psychic abilities to put out the fire and allow Travis to continue saving her. Again, Alessa's literal psychic words straight to our brain were to let her burn. And even if Travis is just being ignorant and trying to help in a situation he doesn't know any better about, Alessa's helping. Alessa's helping him do it. Alessa knows that if she's saved, she's just kind of playing into what the cult wanted. But that's also a really dumb plan. If their whole idea was hopefully someone comes along and keeps Alessa from just completely burning to death, so that she could be burned and nightmared to make the god grow for the ritual. I don't understand. And that's why playing this game is rough for me, because I played a lot of Silent Hill 1. And anytime this game does anything to even slightly mention something from Silent Hill 1, my brain just, like, tries to form a crack in my skull that it can escape through. It's just like, what? What's happening? There you go.
Safe now.
You're safe now. Your body's completely covered in burns, and I laid you down in some dirt.
Someone help her.
The entire town is covered in smoke. There's so much from this one house fire. You're safe now. The Flauros loading screen image.
Where am I?
I know where you are. Raccoon City.
Hill.
I know that map anywhere.
What happened last night? That girl. Did she make it? They would have taken her to the hospital. Coon Street. I need to see if she's okay.
So that line that he just kind of drew with his finger there, noting where Kuntz Street is. So this is pretty, like, accurate up to a point. So in Silent Hill 1, after you go across the drawbridge towards Alchemilla Hospital, which is what we're standing to the left of, the map comes down to, like, right where the word Alchemilla is in Alchemilla Hospital. So, like, from that line all the way across and up is mostly accurate to Silent Hill 1. But over on the right-hand side, stuff's very different. There's no apartments there. There's no big cemetery there that's, like, gigantic. There's no theater there. The Artaud Theater. All the places that they kind of added for Origins. So, I guess there was a lot of town renovation. Oh my god. Zappa. Gonna lurk over here before starting up your stream. Enjoy some lore, lads. Thank you so much, Zappa. Good luck on your stream. Thank you for gifting 3 subs out to the community. Faroa, Slapchop, and Evil Horny. Enjoy your subs. Enjoy your emotes. Thank you so much for the support, Zappa. Take it easy. Have a good one. I don't know how much of the lore we're going to enjoy. I'm going to be complaining about a lot of stuff. It's Origins, but like I said, I'm going to try not to be super negative the whole time. Trying to be nice about it too. There are some aspects. You can see the places where they kind of tried. And considering they only had half the time and budget to basically redo the whole game from what the first team had made, could have been worse. Time to sprint. Look at Travis sprinting. Look how long he can go. He's very good at running and breathing in flames and smoke and fumes. Oh, I want the other camera angle. You can see it better. It's just cats. Can't hate on the game that brings just cats back. We're getting to see, like, what I wanted from Silent Hill 3. Part of me is like, this is just what I wanted in Silent Hill 3. I wanted a revisit to some of the locations in Silent Hill 1, but done in, like, better graphics. And I guess technically this counts. Still not much. But it's something. Of course, over here. Onami Burger. Oh, what's that? What's that? Boxes of MSG? Are we supposed to be shocked by this? Konami Burger uses MSG? Of course they do. It makes food delicious. Metal Gear Solid. Metal Sear Golid. Tried to read it and my brain still corrected it. Golden Dragon, Chinese restaurant. Metal Slug Gold. I just want to take a little bit and explore around before we go where we need to go. You don't get too many opportunities to just kind of like walk around the town, especially without like enemies and stuff. Notice there was no difficulty selection or anything like that at the start of the game. I usually kind of talked about that with Silent Hill 1 through 4 during the beginning, like why I'm choosing what difficulty I'm choosing and, you know, all that. No options on Origins. It has the one difficulty. It's always this one difficulty. I do want to talk a little bit about some other settings and hot dogs, but mostly settings. So for Silent Hill 2 and 3, because I was playing like the enhanced editions and streaming them and trying to make them look as good as possible for the stream, I turned off the noise grain effect, like the little staticky filter over the image. And you'll notice for Origins, that's still on. And you might be wondering why not turn that off for this one like you did for Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 3. That's because Silent Hill Origins is stupid. Very stupid in a lot of its decisions. And one of those decisions was to put the setting for turning off the noise filter as a New Game Plus unlock. So I've got a fresh install of the emulator so that it's all updated and everything like that for this game, so I don't have save data. So this is like a fresh new game, no save playthrough. And I can't turn off the noise effect because it's a New Game Plus setting. Why? Why? Just... why do that? Why would you do that? Like, at the beginning of the game, I had the option to play it in 4:3 or 16:9. Why not put that behind New Game Plus too? Like, force people to play it in 4:3. You have to unlock the privilege of widescreen. Need to go to the hospital. Better check on that girl. General stores for your convenience. Be back there later. The road caving away actually is like not as impressive as it looks in like Silent Hill 1 or 2 or 3 in the couple of situations where it is, but they're mostly kind of going for that effect from 1. 1, I always liked how destructive it looked on the one side, but then the other side was just nothing. It was just a void. And there are a few places where it kind of looks like that, but I don't know. Whenever I see it like this close, like the other half of the road being right there, I'm like, you could probably jump that. You could probably just like step over to that almost. I don't know. It just seems a lot less dangerous when it's not just like a gigantic void in front of you. The lock's broken. Can't open it. Go run past Alchemilla. See what we can get to. Oh, there it is. That's the extent of Travis's run. And then he slows way down till you can stop and catch your breath. Although this game introduces energy drinks. But can he dance? Not very well. We tried to do the dancing segment at the intro, because the intro section is so good. But basically, it comes down to I can do this. I can do this. Can't really do a whole lot of dancing. Not a very good dancer. Andy's bookstore. Locked. Okay, but a couple of familiar locations. The street names. Oh, little Easter egg. Pest control. The fire escape has been sealed off. So later, that... I think it's only on... It might be later on the playthrough when we revisit, but I think it's New Game Plus as well. Once you've got a completed playthrough, this fire escape opens up, and you can actually go up there, and there's a cocoon up there. And this is the fire escape that you go up to when you fight Float Stinger on the roof in Silent Hill 1. So a little bit of a nod to that boss fight in SH1. Little Easter egg. I just don't remember when the fire escape opens. A lot of stuff is New Game Plus only in this game. Like, this game also has a ton of New Game Plus stuff to unlock. There's a lot of unlockable weapons. There's a lot of unlockable costumes. There's the ability to unlock turning off the fucking noise effect for some reason. There's custom flashlight effects. All sorts of shit to unlock. Can he do the shepherd shuffle? Definitely not. Travis has bad knees. Alchemilla Hospital. Eddie's van. I guess that's supposed to be an ambulance. It's kind of got like little lights up on top. Is this the ambulance that brought her in? That's not an ambulance. That's just like a regular white van. Like a rusty, nasty white van with lights on top. I would not trust that van if it pulled up and called itself an ambulance. Ah, the comforting lobby and waiting area of Alchemilla Hospital. Under construction. Currently, the second and third floors of the hospital are undergoing renovations. At this time, they are closed to patients and visitors. Work continues in earnest, and the hospital management thanks you for your continued cooperation as we try to minimize the disruption. We estimate the construction will be completed within 6 months. Restructuring of the third floor will almost double our capacity for inpatients and introduce cleaner, more modern facilities. Here at Alchemilla, the quality of care we provide to you, our valued patient, is of the utmost importance. Dr. Phillips, Chairman of Alchemilla Board. And hospital map. Whoa, zoom in, zoom out. It's too fast. Even got the little whooshing sound effect. So parts of Alchemilla feel accurate, like kind of correct. But then other parts, not so much. Like this little waiting area. Just some magazines. Beware. I wish they had more interesting posters and textures and things like that. Same way the older games, it was a lot of little horror references, movie posters and book covers and things like that. I don't have any change. Who would I call anyway? That's not true. You have some change. Look at your inventory. You have a lucky quarter. I've had this quarter since I was a kid, from when my parents died. Kind of a lucky charm. It has something scratched into it. Looks like 61. That'll be used later. Got a radio, a cheap pocket radio. He just starts with his own flashlight and radio. He's a trucker. He just keeps these things on him. Radio. Handy when I'm unloading my rig. Tunes tend to keep the boredom at bay. Battered clip-on flashlight. With my job, I spend a lot of time on the road at night. When something goes wrong, it's good to have this thing strapped to my jacket. Keep that strap on. A refreshing herbal drink. Health drink with a mixture of herbs and vitamins. This drink is perfect for combating aches and pains. And then we have whole categories for melee and firearms, and we are going to fill up that fucking inventory with so many things that we can hit enemies with and throw in their general direction. Also, just kind of looking at the inventory screen, how it's just kind of like Travis dumping all of his shit out on a table, which I like to imagine is what he does every single time. Like, even when you've got 100 fucking TVs and filing cabinets and IV drip stands and everything else that we're going to pick up later throughout this game, that this is what he's doing whenever you open up your inventory. It's like, all right, driver's license, cassette tape, pencil, radio, keys, record, 4 light bulbs, 12 IV drip stands, 16 filing cabinets, 27 large jars, 7 toasters, 12 TVs. There's my one save that I have on file from playing up to this point, just testing out emulator settings. So if anything breaks beyond this point, I don't know about it. Well, a little bit past this point. I would test up to the mirror cutscene, because that's where a lot of the lighting effects and stuff started to break. As said, it's not going to be perfect. I'm going to hopefully the settings I've got are good enough that everything will look okay and be stable enough to get through the whole game. But we're kind of live testing my emulation settings and stuff right now, so we'll see. From the other side. Oh, we get a little bit of music. Can't leave until I know what happened to that girl. Little kick snare. Just while we're walking around Alchemilla. Seems jammed. Can't open the door. It's the director's office, and we're about to meet the director.
Hey, you a doctor?
Can I help you?
That fire last night. The girl who was burned. Is she here?
A girl? We've received no new patients in the last day or so. Was she hurt?
She was burned all over.
Are you a relative? What did you say her name was?
I don't know her name. I was the one who saved her from the fire. She must have been brought here. Is there another hospital?
I'm sorry. Perhaps someone in reception could help you. I have urgent business to attend to.
There's no one in reception, and your TV don't work. And your hospital's dirty as fuck. Thought these places were supposed to be sanitary. This is the part that's like Scrubs, right? Yeah, exactly. It's just like Scrubs. Imagine a world where Sam Barlow didn't step in and save us from that project. If Konami had just been like, okay, yeah, whatever. Just do what you're gonna do, Climax US team. And we wound up getting the Scrubs-based dark comedy Silent Hill origins with over-the-shoulder Resident Evil 4 shooting action gameplay. A dirty gurney. Someone just left it here? Yo, what's up, Hirimi? Speaking of dirty gurneys. That's a good band name. Beat you to it. We might have made this joke in the past. Oh no. My emulator settings revert. This room is not supposed to look like this. Can I go back? Oh. It's not much better in here. The dirty gurney's now invisible. Hold on. Always gotta be something. I thought... figured out what setting broke that. Yep. And I somehow forgot to turn that on. Hey, see? Nothing's wrong. Definitely not a bunch of weird missing tiles and textures. It's fine. My flashlight is going to look a little bit weird. But it makes everything else work. So we're gonna have to live with it. The good news is it's just Silent Hill Origins. Not that big a deal.
You okay?
Sexy nurse. Grab your hammer, but then don't use it. Use your fists. Like a fucking man. Punching a very woman-like creature. Yeah, Techie mentioned it earlier, but you do have to give Travis a little bit of credit for being the first one in 5 Silent Hill games to just be like, fuck it, I'm gonna punch this monster. Favorite Silent Hill antagonist? Favorite, like, antagonist? Favorite villain? Probably Walter. Walter Sullivan is a great villain out of the series. I think Walter is, like, a good mix of, like, a tragic kind of backstory, but also just a fucking crazy motherfucker. Good character design. Interesting way to handle like somebody, you know, having powers. Bunch of medical pamphlets, tropical diseases, baby vitamins, flu shots, that kind of stuff. Let me get a handful of them baby vitamins. Gurney is stained with blood. Some of it still seems wet. There's something wrong with the mirror. The reflection isn't right. You don't scare me.
You're the girl from the fire. How did you... I'm seeing things. This ain't right.
Seeing things. So now we're in the other world. And that is like our recurring sort of method of going to and from the other world in this game. Rather than all the other games where it's sort of like Silent Hill 1, Silent Hill 2, Silent Hill 3 just sort of happens. You just have times where a transition happens and then suddenly shit is rusty, all doors are locked. Silent Hill Origins, you have complete control over it. It's just whenever you touch a mirror, it's a mechanic. Literally a Zelda game mechanic. You go to the mirror world, you go to the alternate mirror universe, and while you're there, you'll be able to find items and things that you need to then take back into the other world. On the one hand, it is kind of an interesting idea. I don't think it's just well executed. It gives you a great way to pad out areas, having to go back and forth through two areas, essentially the same areas, but you know, got to get through locked doors on your light world to be able to go through the dark world and find things that you can use to solve puzzles and open things back in the light world, and back and forth and back and forth. As said, it could have been a lot more interesting if it was done a little bit better. And it takes a lot of the fear of the other world away, where it's just something that is a mechanic. It's at your control. Like, you choose when you're going to be in the other world and when you're not. It's never a surprise to you. It's never a part of the story. You know, something serious is happening in the story and now everything is going to shit and you're going to the other world. Like, it kind of does that, but at the very, very, very end. And up until that point, you're basically always just going through mirrors and deciding when and where you're going to be there. Blocking it. Jammed. QTEs. Yep, first Silent Hill game with QTEs. Enemies can draw you into attacks from ridiculously far away at times. forcing you to mash a button or do some sort of QuickTime event in order to escape. Because that was just the thing that video games were doing. And it started just becoming a thing in all video games. So of course they had to include it in the new modern Silent Hill game. Silent Hill Origins. Hey, what's up, Taishi? I'll have to check that out when I come to a stopping point. There it is. I'm like, I know there's some health drinks and things laying around here. Finish this floor. Did the music just break? Hell yeah. I think the fucking music track broke. So now we just have ambient hospital sounds. Can I fix that without resetting the emulator? Probably not. Golden egg. Parts of this note are obscured. Worry not. Blank, 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 blank. I have used the blank to contain her power. No one will come to her aid. Blank, 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 one of the 5 blank. Hide them, protect them. Blank. So these are just more of those kind of blanked out notes, similar to what they did in Silent Hill 2 with like the blood swamp, and, you know, they're hiding bits of information. But with those, it was more background information, more overworld, like sort of town history lore and stuff. Not notes that are more directly tied into the game and the stuff that's kind of happening plot-wise. But you can actually pick up enough from context, like, I've used the blank to contain her powers. So this is a note from Dahlia, most likely to Kaufman. Talking about the Flauros. We'll find out later that they've got a very different use for the Flauros in this game. They completely repurpose what it is and what it does from how we know it in Silent Hill 1. No one will come to her aid. One of the 5 pieces, hide them, protect them. So we're looking for pieces of the Flauros in each of these significant locations to Alessa. And conveniently, we get them after boss fights. It's broken. Nice SCP file. It is kind of like that. How far am I in the game? We just started. This is like literally the first area. First main area. By just started, it's, you know, an hour into the stream, but these are long streams usually. So it takes a long time to get through the game. This game is pretty short compared to the others. This won't be like a 15-hour playthrough like, you know, Silent Hill 2 or 3 or 17 hours like those were. This one will probably be like maybe 6, maybe 7 hours. depending on how much I really want to rush through it. Potentially faster. But it was originally a PSP title. It's not very long. Areas, you spend more time in the areas that you're given. The maps and stuff are a little bit bigger. There's a lot more stuff to look at. And of course, you've got to do it all twice because of the mirror mechanic. So you go to Alchemilla. You've got to go through everything for Alchemilla. And then also everything in Otherworld Alchemillas. But even then, there's only a few areas. A little bit of town running from place to place in between. But yeah, shorter game compared to the rest of the series. So we're in a room with a heartbeat sound and a lockbox and a note next to it. This heart of mine troubles me with its trembling. To still it, I have put it on ice and locked it away. Remember, the 3 beauties who cause it to pump so are the key: age before beauty. Age before beauty. So we're looking for the ages of different women. We'll find their names and ages written on walls and various places throughout the hospital. But we've got to find them and then put them in order. Of age. So, kind of our first real puzzle. The puzzles in this game, for the most part, are pretty simple. Like, they're pretty simple and straightforward. There is a puzzle later on in the Sanitarium that I actually like, with some dolls. Where you have these dolls that sort of represent patients. Punch. Punch. This game does not have riddle difficulty at all. It does not have riddle or action difficulty. It's only got the one difficulty setting every time you play it. And the puzzles are not randomized in any way. So, not a whole lot of good replayability. The only reason to really replay this game for anything changing, there's like a small handful of things that change and all the unlockable shit. There's lots of costumes and weapons and stuff to unlock. There's an oval depression in the door. Underneath is a plaque which reads, "Even in this inferno, from out of the flames, I saw life born anew." Banging around over there. There's a death mask on the door. Underneath is a plaque which reads, "Even the blind have need of eyes if they wish to gaze at the future." Okay. Hey, what's up, Ducky? Oh yeah, we're gonna collect all the items and weapons, everything that we can pick up. We're gonna go around and pick it all up. Okay, so we picked up an egg. And we have the oval depression in the door underneath a plaque that reads, "Even in this inferno, from out of the flames, I saw life born anew," reference to a phoenix. We picked up plastic lungs and a golden egg, an ornate golden egg. Warm to the touch, this egg is larger than a hen's and has oily shine to it. Image of a phoenix on it. Yeah, never leave home without your plastic lungs. You always want to have a spare set. Having trouble with your anatomy class? Find that getting them out is much easier than putting them back in? Just remember this easy mnemonic. Inside Stevie, little Henry lurks. That's creepy and informative. So it represents body parts that we're going to have to put back into a mannequin for anatomy class. Inside Stevie, little Henry lurks would be intestines, stomach, liver, heart, lungs. Cistern lid is loose. There's our plastic liver. 2 body parts down. Nothing to see, just a filthy toilet. Stick your hand in there. No balls. James would do it. Energy drink. So that's how you counteract how quickly he gets fucking tired running around the city. Anytime you're actually like running on foot around town, how quickly he gets tired really starts to sink in. Staff lounge key. Like a big part of routing out the speed run for this is having certain items that you pick up in order to get the correct number of energy drinks so that you can run across a lot of segments without having Travis slow down. Why does he even have the power to do this? Wait, what? Why does he... Travis doesn't have any power. He's not doing anything. Like, his power to go through the mirrors? Yeah, that... For the sake of a game mechanic, it's not very well talked about. That's the kind of thing that should be like a major plot point, and they very, very loosely gloss over that. Like, his mother talks about going in and out of mirrors. So it's like, but she was locked away in like an insane asylum, and we don't know how much of what she was saying was real or not. If it was real, then it must have been a power that maybe she had that Travis inherits, or that the town is able to bring out of him. Dance and Rick, you think Alessa's doing it? I mean, at this point, Alessa's 7. Like, she was only just burned for, like, the town ritual. It's not until 7 years later, when Harry comes back with Cheryl and her soul is able to be reunited, that she's really able to start influencing anything. But then again, the way this game is on its own, like not taking Silent Hill 1 into account, Alessa's already doing shit. Like, she's leading Travis around, she's able to project herself around, all this stuff that she should not have those powers yet. She just seems to have powers. And she's like, seems to be actively controlling the town's power and focusing it. That's what a big part of the ending of this game shows, is that Alessa is like taking control of it. Such a weird fucking direction to go. But yeah, again, this game completely not canon, doesn't match up with the plot of Silent Hill 1 pretty much at all. It's more just tied in at the loosest possible way for fan service more than anything else. Someone has written on the door. It says Amy 31. So Amy 31. We've got one of the ages that we need. And oops, that's our quick menu for switching quickly between weapons. So what all do we have right now? We've got the staff lounge key, liver and lungs. This is before her soul splits. Doesn't that mean she has some power? She has some, but it's not described as something that she's like in control of, the way this game depicts it. This game depicts it as like she's actively using and controlling very serious powers. In Silent Hill 1, it's like she got scared, and it's like Carrie. You know, it was very inspired by Stephen King's Carrie. She would have like a rush of emotion, an intense moment of fear, and something around her would happen. You know, something would blow up or move. Construction. As you know, the renovations to the upper floors have run into problems. The plumbing leak and substandard materials used have forced us to close off the third floor until further notice. We are reminded of the familiar adage, you get what you pay for. We now face 6 more months of work, reducing our capacity for the coming year. We will have to cut spending on inpatient care and consultancy fees by 50%. Therefore, we ask doctors to refrain from committing patients and encourage home stays instead. Unless they're dying in your arms, don't book them in. So I want to talk about that part of the note first, because it kind of explains a little bit of what happens in the beginning. They make it seem like it's this big mysterious thing where Travis just sort of like wakes up and you just wake up and you're in Silent Hill after, you know, getting out of this burning building. But you hear, you know, Alessa got picked up by an ambulance and taken away. They must have also picked up Travis. So they took Alessa. Kaufman would have seen Alessa. He would have known what's going on with the cult, what's going on with the ritual. He's been arranging this with the cult and with Dahlia. So Alessa goes to her secret underground room. Kaufman has all that prepared. He plays dumb when Travis shows up at the hospital. But whenever Travis goes into the hospital, after leaving the burning building, the burning house, he would, they'd check on him. A little bit of smoke inhalation. His lungs didn't burn up or collapse. He'll be fine. He's not dying. Don't book him in. So they dump him on the bench right outside Alchemilla Hospital. He's on the street, like next to Alchemilla. So they probably brought him in, checked him out, saw that he wasn't dying. Didn't book him in, and just left him on a bench outside the hospital. So instead of the mysterious, like, you just wake up in town. No. The ambulance picked him up, brought him to the hospital, checked on him. He was fine. Put him on the bench outside. Yep, American healthcare. Staff party. Worry not. The staff party is still on. Our recreation budget is locked away where no one can tamper. Everyone meet at Annie's bar at 8 p.m. on Friday. Alcohol, medicinal of course, and food will be free. Arrive early to grab a trainee nurse. They go quick. They're drinkers and womanizers, and they don't give a shit about patients. Why does everyone in Silent Hill have to suck? Yeah, medicinal vodka. I got a toaster. Just what I've always wanted. Let's just kind of look here. We've gotten a scalpel, a giant sledgehammer. Oh, excuse me. A massive fucking glass jar. And a toaster. The classic Silent Hill weapons. Toaster. All right, we can get into the exam room. Oh, and someone has written on the wall, it says Lucy 23. We've got another age. He holds the toaster so intimately, like it's his child. Yep. Walk very carefully with it. You don't want to drop it. Got your thing for you. Like a lamb, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Very much appreciate it. Thank you so much for that support. Hope you're doing well today. A pure Wexford beef, good morning. One thing about Origins, like how they made an attempt to be like a Team Silent Hill compared to Homecoming and Downpour, even though there's some weird choices they made for the game. There was an attempt made, but it is definitely a lot more obvious knowing the history behind it, that they were like, Sam Barlow saw it and knew right away, like, this is not going to work. People who are hardcore Silent Hill fans are going to hate this. And whenever they, made that decision to change the project from Climax US over to Climax UK and completely scrap that whole idea and start over again, the way that the director described that was like trying to make something that wasn't embarrassing to the franchise. So there was definitely some effort put into trying to make this at least kind of look and feel a little bit like a Team Silent Hill game. It's really poor choices for the story, the premise, a lot of the just things in general don't make a whole lot of sense, but I'll give it that. It definitely did at least try, but I feel like it tried in all the worst possible ways. And then you've also got, for me personally, the thing that makes me hate this one compared to, like Downpour or Homecoming, where I still dislike all of those games. But if you type ! Faves, you'll see Origins is pretty far down that list of like which ones I dislike more. And a lot of that is because it gets so many things about the story wrong, so many elements about Silent Hill 1 wrong, to the point that there was like fan arguments over, and still continue to be, over Silent Hill 1's lore based on stuff that's in this game ever since it came out. Like, that element of it just makes me really fucking despise this game. Like, people still argue over stuff in the series and argue over lore and story elements of Silent Hill 1 because of information in this game. This game that was almost a dark comedy based on Scrubs that Dan Burlew desperately tried to make, something decent and not, in his own words, not embarrassing. So, I don't know, like, I just have a lot of extra distaste for this game because it's sort of like, on like the way you phrase it, at least it's doing something similar to the original Silent Hill games, but then with Homecoming and Downpour they do something totally different. I'm on the other end of that boat. I'm on the other side of that fence, where it's like they were at least trying something different. They were at least trying to do something new. It didn't work, but they were trying to do something new. This game was taking something that already existed and was good and fucking with it, instead of distinguishing itself from it. It could have just been its own thing. Just have our game set in the 70s with a trucker who goes to Silent Hill and some weird shit happens. We don't have to reference Alessa. We don't have to have Kaufman and Lisa and all those sort of things. It doesn't need to be treated like a prequel in those regards. Just focus on Travis. Put more time and effort into his story, into his character, into his, reason for being here, and all of that. and make it, you know, standalone. Not so heavily focused and heavily reliant on being a prequel to Silent Hill 1, and then not even doing that well. So it just kind of depends on your perspective, where you kind of view it. If you hate it for fucking with Silent Hill 1, or if you like it for trying to at least be more like an original Silent Hill game. Yeah. To all staff, it is forbidden to enter my office unaccompanied until further notice. Dr. Kaufman. Least favorite Silent Hill is Silent Hill Breath of the Wild. Silent Hill Breath of Mild. Unaccompanied. So without Kaufman there with you. If Kaufman's not there with you, you're not allowed in here. Lightbox on the wall. Someone has written on the x-ray. It says Sarah 19. So we've got all 3 ages. And we can go open up that lockbox. Also got a plastic stomach. And I love the animations that Travis has when he's picking things up while holding a throwable weapon. That plastic intestine. It's got some really great animations. His animations change depending on the type of weapon that he's holding. Just wait until we pick something up off the ground. That's my favorite. That's my favorite animation in this entire fucking game, is Travis holding a throwable item and then picking something up off the ground. Okay, well, let's go back to the other world. Go to that one hallway upstairs. Holy shit. I have this game, like, brightened up through the emulator and brightened up through OBS. And it is still dark as fuck. Even for you guys, I think. No, you made me drop my toaster, you bitch. If an enemy QTE, like, draws you into a QTE attack, and you're holding a throwable weapon, you just drop it and it's fucking gone. Like, we just lost that toaster. I'm actually fucking livid. I hate this game, you guys. All right. So we've got 3 women, 3 names, 3 ages. And it's beauty, or excuse me, age before beauty. So you're going from the oldest woman to the youngest woman. It's 31, followed by 23, followed by 19. That always seemed weird. Like, I wonder if it was on purpose. I mean, Travis has to, like, empty his hands to start grappling with whatever's QTEing him. So I guess it's just like, how does he empty his hands? He drops what he's holding. But it's only those things. It's not like hammers and everything else. Everything else, I guess he puts it away in time. Anyway, we got a plastic heart. Now the heartbeat sound is gone from this room. And there's an angry nurse waiting for you outside with a QuickTime event. I wish the flashlight wasn't buggy. Plastic heart? I prefer cold hearts. Oh, we're not ready for that. We're not ready for that yet. We'll go on the whole cold hearts rabbit hole when we get to Shattered Memories. Tonight's Origins night. We're talking about this one. But eventually we'll talk about Shattered Memories and Cold Heart. The other Climax Studios, Silent Hill. Because as much of a shit show as the development for Origins wound up being, they gave Climax another go. They gave him another try. Can you believe that? Yeah, the film grain, it's, again, not to be all negative. They try to do the dynamic film grain thing from Silent Hill 3, where it gets more and more intense the more, like, enemies and stuff are around. But it looks fucking terrible, and you can't turn it off unless it's New Game Plus. That's like the ultimate kicker to make that such a stupid thing. All right. We've got all the plastic body parts. You know the mnemonic to put them in the correct order. The plastic anatomy doll that's missing some parts. Take a look. Side. Stevie. Little Henry. Clerks. I wish I was kidding, Billy Waggledaggers, but no, turning off the film grain is a New Game Plus option. It has to be earned by completing the game once with it on. The doll's eyes have opened. All the organs have been returned to the doll. Give me them glass eyeballs. Music's not bad. There's usually like a music cue for each area after you've kind of completed what needs to be done. It'll kick in with like a little music loop, and it's still Yamaoka doing the music. He's putting in some effort. I don't think it's his most recognizable soundtrack stuff out of the series, but it's still not bad. I love QTEs when the room is still fading in and I can't see anything yet. Yay! This is a very fun mechanic. I'm so glad they made this game more modern. It's just like God of War now. Pair of glass eyes taken from the anatomy model in the exam room. And we had a death mask on the door and a plaque that reads, "Even the blind have need of eyes if they wish to gaze at the future." Is this the only quick Silent Hill with QuickTime events? Oh no. This is just the first one with QuickTime events. They love this idea so much that they just never stop using it. It's in Homecoming. It's in Shattered Memories. It's in Downpour. It's in Book of Memories. QuickTime events for everybody. That's how video games work now. Now and forever. That's true, Taishi. So much of this game, they were really trying to copy the success of Resident Evil 4. The first version of this game looked a lot like Resident Evil 4, but shitty. There's that over-the-shoulder, action-y sort of point of view. So, yeah, they wanted it. They wanted it to be their Resident Evil 4. She's been cut open, and her eyes are missing. What kind of monster could have done this? So there's also these little hints throughout the game towards this game's bad ending, which is kind of weird that they put hints towards that just throughout the normal game. And the bad ending is what a lot of fans speculated was happening in the first Silent Hill games, which is that you're just a crazy person running around killing normal people. They even go so far as to make a joke about that in Silent Hill 3 with Vincent, doing the whole "they look like monsters to you." Like, they've always been described as manifestations and portrayed as being not just people killing other people under the effects of hallucinations or whatever. But this game, that's totally what it is. That's the whole bad ending, is just that Travis is a serial killer who, like, killed his parents and then went on a killing spree. And he is the butcher. Luckily, you can't even get that ending on a first playthrough, even though they have little hints and stuff towards it. Oh my god. Duty Eid from across the room. Gotta push the correct button. Parappa the Rapper this monster off of me. Oh. Did he kill people on the road, or is he hallucinating killing people in Silent Hill right now? If you're going by what the bad ending says, he's killing people. He's already killed people. Like, this is all him in his mind in, like, an asylum thinking about all the people he's killed. That's basically the bad ending. But the bad ending is considered, you know, it's an extra thing. It's not like the best ending, although there's only 3 endings for this game. There's a good ending, a bad ending, and a UFO ending. That's it. And on a first playthrough, if it's a fresh install or a fresh file, fresh memory card, whatever, you'll always get the same ending. You'll always get the good ending. Got the future piece. Got your thing.
What is this? You. What was that thing? This isn't happening.
Are you okay? Sorry, did I startle you? My name is Lisa. I'm a trainee here. Are you waiting for someone?
No. No, I'm just... Well, I'm done here. Name's Travis. Nice to meet you, Lisa.
You sure you're okay? You look a little shaken up. Sorry.
No, it's okay. To be honest, I've been a little off all day. I was in a fire last night. I think it boiled my brain a little.
The fire in the business district? How awful. I heard about that. No one knows how it got started. And that poor girl, Alessa Gillespie, to die like that.
Alessa? She died?
Yes. Sorry, did you know her?
No. But... never mind.
Well, I have to run. Dr. Kaufman wants to meet me over at Cedar Grove Sanitarium, and he'll be mad if I'm late. Maybe see you around? Take it easy, Travis.
You too, Lisa.
Yeah, there's our Lisa. We see Kaufman and we see Lisa. Remember them? Remember Silent Hill 1? This is a prequel. There's Dahlia Gillespie and Michael Kaufman and Lisa Garland. Lisa looks... I like how there's two comments like almost right on top of each other. Lisa looks nice, and poor Lisa, I'm really sorry what they did to you. I feel like people are very one way or the other on Lisa. I personally don't like the younger versions for most of the characters in this game. I think Kaufman is probably the closest, like the most believable, but Lisa's very different. Dahlia is super, super different. Did you not know about patient confidentiality? Are you just spilling that? Well, that's why she's a trainee. She's still learning. She doesn't have that whole remembering patient confidentiality thing down just yet. Have a good night, Ducky. Thank you for coming by and hanging out, dude. Hope you get some good sleep. Best part about Lisa in this game is she very much sounds like a nice voice actress from Texas. And there are so many times where that accent just really shines through. Especially in the theater. The "I could be a star" line. A lot of the dialogue in the theater. But in general, her lines, you can hear that southern accent. Stuff TVs in your pocket? Not yet. There's no TVs in Alchemilla to pick up. But we've got a hammer. We've got a scalpel. We've got some giant medicine jars. We've got typewriter. Another scalpel. I had a toaster, but a nurse fucking ruined it for me. If she QTEs you while you're holding throwable weapons, you just drop them. We've already lost a toaster. Does this game have the worst cutscenes? I mean, that's a matter of opinion. What things you like and dislike from a cutscene. What you consider good or bad acting. It's all subjective. I will say they are not some of the better ones. In my opinion. but I wouldn't say that they're the worst. Have you seen the cutscenes in Book of Memories? Anytime you look at this game and think about how bad it is, my brain is just like, yeah, but Book of Memories exists. It's not that. This isn't bad enough that I'll just refuse to play it completely outright, you know? Ooh, police baton. So this boss enemy, the patient demon, basically a Silent Hill 2 lying figure, are just normal enemies now. Oh my god, a thing. Okay, so I need to kill this guy so he doesn't bother me. Seems to be confused. How would you react if Pyramid Head got into Super Smash Brothers because it followed James Sunderland all the way there? I mean, it's not like it matters at this point. Pyramid Head's been shoehorned into all sorts of things. I'm not the type of fan who's still gonna get butthurt over Pyramid Head being in things because James is not there. Like, yeah, of course not. He's a fucking mascot. Like, he was just an iconic creature that everybody latched onto and recognizes. So of course Konami's gonna promote the shit out of him and put him in everything. I'm here more importantly because we get to look at this animation. When you're holding a throwable weapon and you pick something up off the ground, this is how Travis picks it up. This is the stuff I care about, Vulgan. Travis squatting down and retrieving an item with just his cheeks. Just squeezes it right up there into the old inventory menu. You think I give a shit about Pyramid Head being around with James not present? I'm well past that point of being a Silent Hill fan. I'm well past that level of acceptance as to what the series has become. And instead, we're just going to try to focus on the positive things. Like Travis picking up energy drinks with his butt cheeks. Just asking if you think you'd have fun with Pyramid Head and Smash. I don't know. Probably. I don't play a whole lot of Smash. No, put it away. Put it away before he makes you drop it. Is this a game where weapon durability was added? Yes. So all your weapons can break. I mean, technically, they first had that as a thing in Silent Hill 4. Silent Hill 4 had the breakable wine bottle and the breakable golf clubs. So, there's that. Wasn't Origins on PSP, not PS2. It was originally on PSP. It got ported to the PS2 later. So this is the PS2 version being emulated with widescreen and stuff like that. Yeah, tell us. They have to port a Silent Hill game on Switch first, then it qualifies as a classic Nintendo character. Shattered Memories was on the Wii. Yeah. They've already been on Nintendo platforms. How late am I? You can use a command called uptime anytime you show up into chat. Type an exclamation point followed by uptime, and it'll tell you exactly how long we've been going. How late into the game? We pretty much cleared the first area, Alchemilla Hospital. And now I'm just sort of exploring the town before I move on. This game's a lot shorter than the other ones, even with some extra wandering around and showing stuff off. I'm kind of trying to look around. There's just not a whole lot to really talk about. There's not as many little Easter eggs and things around the town to show. A lot of it is just kind of like, well, you know, here's some streets and building fronts that were in Silent Hill 1, recreated for PSP, and then ported to PS2, which is cool. But it's not really exact. There's not a whole lot of extra detail to it. Yeah, I have a PS2 copy of Silent Hill Shattered Memories. Apparently it's really valuable now. That is one of the more rare ones. Yeah, I do not. I do not have a PS2 copy. I've got the Wii version of Shattered Memories, but I don't have the PSP version or the PS2 version. Energy drinks. Weren't kidding about the stamina? Yeah, it gets pretty bad. This is when it really starts to kick in how bad it is. It's not so terrible when you're inside and kind of, you know, running around in a place where there's lots of hallways and doors, transitions from spot to spot. But when you're out running around the town, really notice how fucking tired he gets so often and how slow he runs, even when he's not tired. Super, super slow. Figured Shattered Memories was just a Wii game. I saw it when I was shopping for Wii games. I mean, it was originally on Wii. That was what it was like made for. But it got ported. First to PS2, I think, was the first port, and then to PSP. See where else I want to try and go. That item was blood and stuff here. There's this alley. Oh. Got a meat hook. That's the important thing. We need to stock up on all these weapons. Although, ideally, my plan is to save as many throwable weapons, like the TVs and toasters, for the final boss. I always want to try to kill the final boss with, like, just throwing TVs at him, or just throwing toasters at him, or something stupid. Butcher! Foreshadowing. What's up, Astrobot? Good morning. You actually really enjoyed this game? For anybody who's fans of Origins, just know right now, I'm not attacking you personally when I talk about things I dislike about this game. We can still be friends. But I really don't like this one. Another piece of meat. Fucking whole steer's head. It's hanging up. So much meat. So there we get our introduction to the Butcher. Again, mentioned earlier, but for those who weren't around for that whole talk about this game, they had originally had assets for Pyramid Head to be in this game. Pyramid Head was going to be portrayed as a cannibalistic cook or butcher that lived in the town, and when the project got shipped over to Climax UK from Climax US, they basically redid pretty much everything, and they took out Pyramid Head himself and replaced him with the Butcher. So he's not Pyramid Head, but was going to be Pyramid Head, and for all intents and purposes basically serves the exact same role as Pyramid Head in this. He's just kind of the big scary bad guy that you see many times until you have to face him himself. He's a very cheap version of Pyramid Head. It definitely doesn't have the same sort of resonance that Pyramid Head does to James in the way that that's played up in Silent Hill 2. And again, that kind of plays more into the bad ending more than anything else, which is that the Butcher is a representation of Travis in the bad ending, that he was the killer the whole time. Oh my god. The most cliche of endings for a bad ending. They finally did it. They made it an ending. This is awful. She's been cut almost in half. How do you feel about other characters having their own Pyramid Head sonas? I don't know. I need a button that I can press, a hotkey. I need to set up my Stream Deck again. And just have a link to like an image of Masahiro Ito's tweets where someone asks him something about the lore and he just says, "I don't care." So many things come up and I don't want to sound like a dick, but character who has a big, scary, evil thing that is a representation of a character or something about that character that pursues them. It didn't start with Silent Hill 2. It wasn't going to end with Silent Hill 2. Pyramid Head is not the end-all, be-all, like, big thing that represents something to your main character and pursues them. So, if they want to put Pyramid Head himself in other games and have him represented as that to somebody else, fine. Whatever. He's a popular character. I get it. It's a marketing thing. People recognize him. They know what he is. They won't know anything else about Silent Hill, but people can point Pyramid Head out of a lineup. And as far as having it be other things, the Butcher, the Boogeyman, you know, different takes on it in like the Silent Hill series or in other games. The Evil Within does it with Safe Head Man and, you know, that kind of stuff. It's fine. I said Silent Hill didn't invent it, and Pyramid Head certainly wasn't going to be the end-all be-all version of that. So of course other things are going to use it. I'm indifferent to it unless it's done really, really interesting and it's not just there for the sake of being there to say, look, we did this thing that Successful Game did, which is what most of the situation is when it comes to like the Silent Hill games, the non-Team Silent Hill games. They're not using their own creativity in a lot of situations to make something new and interesting and relevant to their story. They're saying, look, we can make something that's like the Silent Hill games that you like, that you enjoy. You like Pyramid Head? Big, burly man with large weapon pursuing you around town? Then you'll love Butcher. You'll love Bogeyman. I don't know. It just comes off as sort of cheap imitation. They're trying to do something. They're trying to recreate something that worked well in the past, and they're not doing as good of a job of it because they're completely missing the point of what made it good in the first place. Like, it was what Pyramid Head represented to James, and how well you get to know James as a character that adds more depth to Pyramid Head once you kind of understand James's backstory and character more. That's the element of Pyramid Head that makes him interesting. Not that he's just big monster man with large sword. I mean, a lot of people, that's all they need to get out of it, and that's totally fine. That's totally fine. If all you want is big monster man, chase me. Or big monster vampire lady, or whatever your big chasey antagonist preference is. I'm not here to judge, and if that's all you want out of it, then that's totally cool. But it felt very cheap in a lot of the games outside of Silent Hill 2, because 2 spent so much time building up what he was and how he was representative towards aspects of James. But then, yeah, a lot of other games are just kind of making it be that way for the sake of this is how you're supposed to do it, right? They're just sort of copying the formula, copying the format. Copy the homework and change it just a little bit so teacher doesn't find out. Team Silent did not make this game. Silent Hill 4 was the last game that core members of Team Silent worked on. After that, they were disbanded. So this was an entirely outsourced game. This was made with originally by Climax US. They made the first version of it. That version was pronounced so terrible by Konami and Dan Burlew, the director, that the project got shifted over from Climax US to Climax UK. Climax UK wanted to start completely over because the stuff they were sent from the US team was so bad. Konami said, you can start completely over, but you've got to do it with the same time frame and the same budget. So they had half the time left and half the budget to make a game starting over from scratch because what they had was already so terrible. All things considered, this game could have been much worse when you know it's this sort of development hell behind it. But yeah, Team Silent didn't have anything to do with this game. They commissioned Akira Yamaoka to do the music. So we get this nice music, this nice Silent Hill sounding music. And yeah, the team, it might not be particularly good as a Silent Hill game, but there are worse games on the PSP, worse horror games on the PSP. There's worse out there that had more budget and more time to be better. So, as a Silent Hill game, it's one of my least favorites, but it is kind of a miracle that this game exists and is anything even resembling Silent Hill when you look at how its development was. Any idea if the UK team kept anything? They kept most of the core story ideas, the idea of making it a prequel to Silent Hill 1. They kept certain character aspects. Travis Grady in the original version looks very similar to how he looks in the final version. So they always had that trucker aspect, main character thing going. But outside of that, not much. Almost everything else changed. Noise Created, welcome back. Thank you so much for the 38 months. Very much appreciate long time love and support. Thank you. That is super kind of you. Don't worry about being late. Any part of this game I like? Do you think it adds to the lore at all? As far as lore goes, with like all the Silent Hill 1 stuff, not at all. All it does is serve to get a lot of very key things about Silent Hill 1 lore wrong and make things really confusing for fans who don't know any better, that are just going, this is a Silent Hill game. I'll play it and believe it as if it were any other Silent Hill game. Not realizing it's made by completely unrelated people. It gets so many aspects of the story from Silent Hill 1 wrong, so it's confusing for a lot of people. It caused a lot of arguments and stuff among Silent Hill fans and community for a long time because of people who talk about the lore of this and consider it canon versus people who are like, it's got nothing to do with Silent Hill 1. Even though it wants to be a prequel, it gets all these things wrong. But there's all these sort of fights and things that start happening between fans, arguments, very similar. There's lots of stuff like that in the Silent Hill community. It's like when the movies came out, there's the whole it's ash falling from the sky thing because of the coal mine fires, and then everybody suddenly started listing that off as a fact about the games, as if it had anything to do with the games, when that was written purely for the movie. So Origins has a lot of elements like that, where they're like, Alessa was in control of the power and she was evil. And it's like, well, in Origins, kind of, but absolutely not in 1. So there's just so many things, so many needless arguments that happened, and seeing this from the perspective of somebody who had already been a Silent Hill fan during those years for the first 4 games, and then having this be the first game that Team Silent wasn't involved in, seeing how people not only received it but how they talked about it in context with the first 4 games through forums and stuff, because that was right around the time that I started getting really deep into the Silent Hill fandom, where I was researching stuff and looking into things in the series more and kind of getting to where I am now, like with learning about these games. That all started in like 2004 for me, when I was kind of like looking at them as more than just horror games on the surface and kind of digging deeper. So I had just gotten into digging deeper into the games and playing through the first 4 and kind of looking at them as more than just what's on the surface. And then Origins comes out. And then as that kind of fan, I was really frustrated playing this. As said, there's parts of it that my brain wants to like, where I'm like, oh, I'm running down, Bachman Road. Like, I'm running down familiar streets from Silent Hill 1, and they look kind of like those streets in not PlayStation 1 graphics. So part of my brain sees stuff like that, and it's like, oh, that's cool. Like, that's what I wanted out of Silent Hill 3. More of the original town, but in better graphics. But then the story is so weird and, like, confusing compared to the original, and I don't know. There's so many missteps on top of everything that it makes it hard. It makes it hard to really focus on the couple good things that do shine through about this game for me. Was it really necessary to make it a prequel? Why couldn't they do their own thing? The director apparently didn't even want it to be a prequel. He thought that was not a good idea. But that was part of the project that had been handed over from Climax US, and they didn't have enough time to change it, so it kind of stuck. Again, let me kind of pause this for anybody who wasn't here at the beginning. I need to take a short break anyway. But for anybody who missed the note or the article reading, interview reading from the beginning, I kind of prefaced this game reading this interview, and I'm just going to go back and read this interview during every break for anybody who missed it to kind of set up Origins for you. Development was transferred to Climax's UK team, with Sam Barlow directing the game. So it originally was outsourced to Climax in the US. They made a pile of shit. It got transferred to UK. And this happened. Sam Barlow was directing the game. Sam Barlow commented on the state of the project at that time. Sam Barlow says, "It was bizarre. It was supposed to be a dark comedy, and at some point someone said Scrubs was the inspiration, like the TV show Scrubs, the comedy Scrubs. We pushed back and said, look, if this goes out, it will be a disaster. There's a hardcore fan base of Silent Hill players. Konami said, you can change everything, but you've got to do it in the same time and on the same budget." In another interview, Sam Barlow said, "Unfortunately, there were some problems there, and the game they were making was not in the best shape. We hadn't done anything to deserve to work on Silent Hill, but we worked very well as a team, had strong skill sets, and, well, we were available. At that point, there wasn't a huge amount of time to get the game done, but we insisted that we needed to redo a lot of the game in order to make it something that wouldn't embarrass the franchise. The game shipped wasn't perfect, and I'd personally question even the idea of a prequel to Silent Hill, but it was much, much better than what might have been." That's from Sam Barlow. That's from the director of the project. He just flat out says in interviews, like, Climax US worked on it for a while. They wasted half the time frame, half the amount, like, deadline allotted time, and half the budget to make a Resident Evil 4 over-the-shoulder shooter that was a dark comedy based on Scrubs with a cannibalistic man in a pyramid head helmet eating people around the town. And he literally called it embarrassing. He was like, we needed to ship and redo stuff that wouldn't embarrass the franchise. So Sam Barlow was like, we sent it to the UK branch, started over from scratch, half the time, half the budget, and made this. So it's like, even if you shit on this game, like I do, I don't like it. But knowing the circumstance behind the development, it's a miracle this came out at all. Most games in that kind of situation the project would just get canned, and they wouldn't put any more effort into it, and it would have just died right there. Konami would have seen what Climax US did and just said, no, never mind. But instead, they polished the turd, and we got what we got. And it's still better than Book of Memories. So, silver linings. But anyway, just had to share that. Those are the director's thoughts on Origins for anybody who missed it at the beginning. It really says a lot. I need to take a break. I need to take a better game and go elsewhere for a few minutes. I'm going to go play some Silent Hill 1 on my Vita in the bathroom for a few minutes and cry. Then I'll come back. We'll play some more Origins. Amazing. The other really good cover art edit that I've seen, oh god, I don't think I've even got it on this computer anymore, is it's that same artwork of Travis holding Alessa, but somebody photoshopped a slice of orange in place of Alessa, and it just says Silent Hill Oranges. Those are my favorite cover edits for this game. Beat Down with the fucking Toaster, rated T for Toaster, and Silent Hill Oranges. Bros, my new mic setup: Audio Technica AT2020 XLR, Behringer Euphoria UM2, Tascam, Boom Arm. Dude, it's really nice. That's nicer than my setup. That is really good. I love this mic. I'm also using that Audio Technica, the AT2020 XLR. Really nice mic. And just good setup in general. Yeah, big props to anybody who played Beatdown Fists of Vengeance. Beatdown Fists of Vengeance and... oh god, what's it called? There was a Final Fight Streetwise. It always goes hand in hand in my brain. Beatdown Fists of Vengeance and Final Fight Streetwise. All right. So we're in the next area. We finished up Alchemilla. We met Kaufman. We met Lisa. And Lisa briefly mentions meeting Kaufman at the Sanitarium. And Travis, at this point, has decided he's just going to keep stalking them, trying to find more information. He's very, very concerned about Alessa and saving that girl from the fire. So much so that he's willing to just go through the trouble of like following around Lisa and Kaufman to try to find out more. Even after Lisa just straight up said that she died. He doesn't believe it. Even though, like, he carried out actual beef jerky wrapped in paper towels at the start of this game. He's like, there's no way she died. I need to know the truth. I need to follow these random people around town and see what they're up to. Hey, target pistol. Creepy doll in a wheelchair. Remember that being a thing in Silent Hill 3? But better. Done better. There's Tom Hewlett. I'm not sure if it's actually Tom Hewlett, but it does kind of resemble him from back then. He had hair. Kind of that face shape and smile. And he was a producer on this game. He said his capacity on this one was pretty limited. But I wouldn't be surprised if they snuck in a picture of Tom and something like that. Some decent music. Again, Akira Yamaoka doing that music. A lot of like deep bass synth sounds and that kind of kick snare pattern for a lot of stuff throughout this game. Not Yamaoka's most recognizable stuff, but it's not terrible. Dr. Harris, our magpies have been at it again. This time they swallowed the damn keys for archives in the basement. Don't worry, Gary has taken Mr. Magpie to the TB ward, and I'm taking Mrs. Magpie to hydrotherapy. We'll make them spit the keys out. This job would be great if it weren't for the patients. Clem. Get it? It's funny, like Scrubs. Hospital humor. Also, Beat Saber's pretty fun. Been enjoying that Oculus. Don't forget about the real world while you're enjoying all of the virtual worlds that are better than reality in every way. Beat Saber does look fucking fun, though. I'm gonna have to try that out at some point. Got the Sanitarium map. Look how fucking big this place is. This sanitarium is way too big. And on top of everything you see here, there's also the otherworld versions of each of these floors once you go through mirrors. So that's kind of how this game patted itself around timing and stuff. Instead of there being more areas and larger parts of the town in between, it's a PSP game. They got to fit in a lot of stuff somehow. So it's a lot of these internal areas just being really fucking massive.
You were at the fire. I saw you there.
Of course you did. That was my house, burning. My daughter, Alessa. You were the one who saved her.
Yeah. She was your daughter? Why did you leave her? Why did no one help? You all left that girl to burn.
So we did. The world is stranger than you think.
You're crazy. What happened to her? Lisa said she was dead.
Alessa is with those who care for her. Do not trust her, Travis. She does not know what she is doing.
How do you know my name? Hey, answer me. They're all crazy.
So weird seeing Dahlia, like... This is in... Okay, so first of all, there is no really good timeline for the Silent Hill games. You have to make so many assumptions. Even the devs have said they don't want there to be, like, a timeline applied to the games for the most part. But this is not supposed to be like a really long time before Silent Hill 1. This is 7 years before the events of Silent Hill 1 in their own sort of context between this game and the first game. And Dahlia looks so different. Everyone looks so different for that 7-year gap. Like, when does Dahlia start wearing the priestess robes and walk around barefoot? And she's like walking around with like a veil over her face. Everything is very, you know, apparent that she's a member of the cult. And in this, she's walking around with just like the fur coat, little fur-lined collar coat. . 'Cause, 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 ' which I guess is more accurate, more appropriate main attire, but it's just weird seeing Dahlia dressed like that. Also, because of the way the textures are, the fur on the collar of her coat always looked like spots to me. I thought it was supposed to be like leopard print or something. But it's just the texture of like the fur. Data save successful. And I'm actually going to mess with the emulator just a little bit. I'm going to try to refrain from doing this too much on the playthrough, but I want to bump up the brightness even just a little bit more. Okay, let me see if that helped at all. There we go. It's a little bit closer to like the PSP lighting, where you can still see, even with your light off. Target pistol ammo. Imagine using guns in this game when you have all sorts of things. Fucking IV drip stands, wrenches. TVs. Why would you ever fire a gun? Alright. That's locked. Oh boy. Time for the best enemies to try and deal with. Especially with kind of janky emulator visuals. It's a floating chest harness. Just a floating chest harness. Because we couldn't... Look, we had to get the game out in half the time with half the budget. Those Climax US guys fucked everything up. We were going to model a whole cool enemy, but we only finished the harness. So now it's a floating harness. It's a spooky ghost. Just tell everyone it's a spooky ghost. It'll be fine. It's a scary new enemy type, guys. It's kicking my ass. Hello? I'm being stun locked. What? I'm like mashing the button to move away and stab. Why does this thing have 10 trillion HP? Confused right now. It still has not fallen down. I need my toaster. Damn. And it just sounds like a tin can hitting the floor when it falls. What is that sound effect? The floating chest harness didn't like your harsh words. It really didn't. I'm sitting here talking shit about floating harness ghost. Turns out to be the most powerful enemy in all of Silent Hill Origins. Right next to giant lunging ass puddle. That's everyone's favorite Origins enemy. We're gonna see those later. Gonna have to try and avoid them. Surprise. Ass puddle had to come out of lurk for that one. So it's supposed to be representative of like a big animal that's roadkill, like been killed by a big truck on the road. But yeah, it's just kind of like a big dead animal lumbering around in the streets as a monster later. And I don't know how else to describe it. It looks like an ass puddle that lunges around after you. I mean, we'll see them later, and you all can tell me what they look like to you. Maybe that's just my own personal interpretation there. Oh man, still so much stuff to look for. Also, it's hard to sort of describe as far as controls and stuff go, but this game's got weird delay to it, and it happens on PS2 and PSP. I think it's a lot more noticeable on PS2 compared to PSP, but when you like go to run and you like press the button, it takes like a full second of pressing and holding the button before Travis actually starts running. When you open up the map and stuff, it takes like a full second of where you push the button to when the map opens. It doesn't sound like a lot, but it's just enough to where in your head you question like it didn't happen right away, so maybe the button press didn't register, so you can like hit the button again, and if you're doing that too much, I don't know. Controls are a little weird. There's a little bit of delay between pressing buttons and things happening. Oh, you didn't die. Don't mind me, ladies. I've got a chemical jar, and I know how to use it. Oh, I can't stomp on her. Damn, am I in red again? Shit. My last health drink. I'm fucking around a little bit too much. Gotta make it interesting somehow. Gotta have some fun with it. Because it is relatively easy to just avoid everything in this game. Like, when your light is off and you're just kind of running them past, most enemies won't bother you. I didn't see anything in the cabinet. Isn't there normally a top-down camera angle over here for this health drink? I guess not. Maybe that's only on the PSP version. I swear there's another camera angle in this room that shows that chair from like top down. Old gas cylinders, no use to me. Out of use. In light of the recent accident, I am barring the use of the iron lung equipment. This applies to all staff, including senior nurses. Patient deaths during therapy are not to be treated lightly. I find it hard to believe that someone could accidentally overload every valve on the equipment, and so, until the inquiry is concluded, I must assume the equipment itself is at fault. These precautions are essential. We owe a duty of care to all of our patients, even the difficult ones. Dr. Harris. They were just straight up torturing and killing patients. Apparently everyone is terrible at Alchemilla Hospital, not just Kaufman. It mentions overloading the valves. This looks like the control panel for the iron lung. I don't know what it is exactly that makes like a Silent Hill puzzle special or unique or different from like a Resident Evil puzzle or a puzzle in a lot of other games. See something metal inside through the window. It's hard to put into words what makes a lot of like good puzzles in horror games and games in general. And this to me always feels like a bad Resident Evil puzzle. This feels like one of those ones where there's not really too much of a clue to it. You just read the note that, oh, every valve overloads, you know, it mentions that. So you've got to overload every valve. You've got a little red spot, you've got a little needle, and you're just trying to figure out, you know, how do I get all of these to the point where they overload. Which is pretty straightforward. First button twice, third button twice, last button twice. That's it. Something got spat out of the iron lung. So I don't know. There's not very much to it. It's just sort of like, here's buttons and knobs that do something, and you kind of have to fiddle around with it to figure out what you're supposed to be trying to do. Which feels kind of like some of the Resident Evil puzzles. Like I said, a bad Resident Evil puzzle. Because Resident Evil's got a lot of really good puzzles too. Don't get me wrong. But it's got a few that are like that, where it's just like, it's a control panel for a machine. And you've just got to try to push the buttons in a certain sequence to get the machine to do a thing. Hasn't been used in a long time. Oh, here's that closer angle of the chair. I guess it's after the getting the key, solving the puzzle. All right, so we checked all that. The archive is locked. Got a way back into that hallway. Can't get into this hallway. Get into that office. Can't get in the director's office. Whoa, that fucking map zoom throws me off every time. The sound effect and everything with it is just like so fucking snappy. Just whooshes into your face. Staff lounge. Broken. All right, so we can get down to the basement now. Else that I want to check here? Nothing, so yeah, let's just head down. It's always hard for me, especially with these games, to fight the temptation to just kind of rush through them. Because in any of the Western games that I don't really like as much as the, first four, I've learned to speedrun every game in the series. So there's the part of my brain that's kind of like, just go straight there. Just go do what you need to know, like what you know needs to be done to progress. Just get through it. But then part of me is also like, when's the last time I really played Origins and looked around and checked all these other hallways and doors that are not going to lead to anything interesting? Just for the sake of, like, being kind of thorough. What came first? The love of the lore, the speedrunning? Just the lore. The lore and just the games in general, way before speedrunning. Because by the time the first Silent Hill game came out in 1999, I was already, like, a little horror fan kid. I liked scary movies and scary games and stuff like that, so by that point I was already just super into horror. And then later on in my teens, in like the early 2000s, started getting more interested in like psychology and writing, which added a lot of new layers to the Silent Hill games. Learning more about them and kind of the psychology behind them, what makes them scary, what makes them relatable, and how detailed they are in terms of writing and story and characters. And then, yeah, I didn't start learning to speedrun stuff until around like 2010, 2011. I first really started paying attention to speedrunning with Ziglemic running Super Mario 64. That's one of the things that drove me to like make a Twitch account. Was I was starting to learn to speedrun stuff and wanted to archive and record runs and show that I did them live in case I actually did anything well enough to submit to any kind of like a leaderboard. But the first stuff that I started learning to speedrun was like Mario 64, Metal Gear Solid 2, Jet Set Radio, and then later down the line I was like playing a lot of Silent Hill games and talking about them with friends in real life and talking about speedrunning, and just sort of came up naturally of like, hey, I play these games a lot already. I've done 10-star rank and stuff like that, which is kind of like speedrunning them. I wonder what speedrunning them is actually like. I looked it up, and at the time I was just purely focused on learning Silent Hill 2. So I was like, okay, let me look up a run of Silent Hill 2. And it was on the PC version, so I'm like, that's weird. Why is it on the PC version? And then they're doing all these weird sequence breaks and out-of-bounds stuff in the hotel. Was a runner by the name of T-Dog. Back in the day, was second place under the world record holder, who was Big Man Japan, who's one of the guys who works on Enhanced Edition for Silent Hill 2, is Big Man Japan. At that time, he was world record holder for Silent Hill 2, and T-Dog was second place. So I watched his second place run, and that's what got me interested in learning to speedrun Silent Hill 2. So I started learning to speedrun Silent Hill 2 and streaming it in January of 2015. And while I was learning to speedrun the game and getting better at it, people would also come in who didn't know about speedrunning, and just like Silent Hill 2, and they would ask lore questions, and I'm a big nerd, so I would answer them. That eventually turned into story playthroughs. And now here we are. It's 2021. I'm still playing these games and talking about them. I'm going to get back to learning to speedrun them again soon. And hopefully you guys are still here enjoying it with me. Nub history. So hard to see anything in the game without the flashlight, I swear. Yeah, that's the big difference, is like on PSP, you can still see a lot of stuff pretty well, even without the light. On PS2, it's super, super dark. So I've brightened it up a lot through the emulator, because the one thing that you need is that flashlight, and the texture and graphic settings I found that worked best for this game fix just about everything except for the flashlight. The flashlight's the only thing that I can't fucking fix. Yeah, that ambient sharp noise loop. Very grating on the ears. Not necessarily a bad thing. It's definitely Yamaoka style background sound, but it is a little rough. Don't mind me, floating leather harness. I'm going to the boiler room. Hey, what's up, monster? Shit. Hey, Amran. Long hallway that connects that way. Or at least there should be. Can't get to it. Also broken. Out of my face. Hey, Lulu. It's just the storage room. Pretty sure we got everything we need out of this. We got our IV drip stand, which your guess is as good as mine as to where Travis is keeping that, along with everything else that he's picked up so far. Is this the ass puddle? This is our first ass puddle. Somebody was like, why do you call them ass puddles? Well, they came out of Lurk. Can you guess why I call it an ass puddle? And actually, give me a second. I should have this pulled up of what the ass puddles are called. I forget a lot of the names of the creatures in this one, because I don't like Origins very much. So of course we've had our nurse monsters, just nurses, straight jackets. I thought they were patient demons in this. I guess they're lying figures in Silent Hill 2. Storage is locked from the other side. Carrion is the official name for the ass puddle. This monster conjures up memories of the disgusting roadkill Travis has driven by over the years. Far from harmless, this disfigured corpse come to life will track Travis relentlessly, lunging to attack and dealing serious damage. And boy, do they. They deal some serious fucking damage. And they will hit you with some crazy, crazy lunges. Unless you smash him in the face with a bottle first. Oh god, he got back up. His incredible lunges.
I've got your thing for you.
Lulu likes. Thank you so much for the sub. Very much appreciate the support. Got your thing for you. Travis, hit it. Kill it with the wrench. Thank you. I really need to take it easy on combat, because I've already burned through so many healing items on like 2 enemies. Followed for years on the old account, like all your streams. Okay, I wasn't sure if it was the same Lulu. But welcome back, Lulu. Hope you've been doing well. I guess let's finish checking this. This is your old account? Richard Stroker. It's a great name, though. Alright, so we can go upstairs there. I want to go check this hallway first. The darkness is too much. It's a very dark game. That's one of the biggest problems that people had with this, and the PS2 port specifically, was that it was just too dark. And it wouldn't be quite so bad if not for the noise effect, which you're not allowed to turn off until you've already beaten the game once. For some reason, disabling the noise effect is a New Game Plus unlock feature. It is the dumbest idea in the world. Part of me had the thought of finishing the game once off stream so that I could turn that option on for the stream. But I thought, no, let's all live with it. Let's get the full Origins experience of if you just bought this game, you fire up your PS2, your hacked PS2 that lets you do widescreen, you pop in Silent Hill Origins, they finally ported it to console like you've been asking for years. And this is what you get. Looks like a sewage outflow. All the sewage from the pipes drain down here. stinks to high heaven. Alright, so we'll have to come back down here later once we've washed something down the pipes. Very reminiscent of Midwich in Silent Hill 1. When you go to the other world, you've got to use the rubber ball to plug up a hole on the ceiling, on the roof of the school, so that you can flush water through pipes and get a key to wash down into the courtyard. So with this, we've got to go up to the 3rd floor and flush water through pipes to get something down here. And surprise, it's another key. Got the razor blade. Another healing drink that I can waste. Not only that, this game pushes you to go for combat even more, given all the combat gimmicks you have, but if you fight every enemy in the game, you'll run out of resources real fast. I mean, it depends on how much stuff you go through and collect, but yeah, it's very counterintuitive, you know? They're like, here's a whole bunch of stuff you can use as weapons scattered all around the town. But then, yeah, enemies can still fuck you up. A lot of it will break and not do very much for you. And if you're trying to go for alternate endings, like, you always get the good ending on a first playthrough, but if you wanted to play again and get the bad ending, the whole difference is just killing enemies. You have to kill enough enemies. Farua asks, do you think the noises, soundtrack, voices, and scream of the monsters is one of the best elements in a horror game to explore? Makes the game more scary, more than the visual thing. I think audio is definitely a lot more important than visual, but I think visual is still very important accompaniment. Like, to really make the experience of horror atmosphere, you need both. You need both to be good enough. It doesn't have to be great, but it has to be good enough. You know, it doesn't have to be the most amazing sounds. You can use stock sounds and run them through some filters and make stuff sound pretty fucking horrific and really good without, you know, going and recording original things and, you know, doing it in a much more like labor intensive way, and still have it be good, but it still has to be good enough to fit the scenario. Same for visuals. You can have really, really good visuals, or you can have visuals that are kind of grimy, but, you know, noise filter and fog effect and lighting and just creative camera angles and things to sort of frame it in the best possible way, accompanied by some really good audio. Makes a really big difference. But yeah, I would say audio is definitely one of the most important elements. Female hydrotherapy. This hydrotherapy bath must be broken because the water is boiling. There's a key at the bottom, but there's no way I can reach it without scalding myself. So we read a note mentioning that keys were swallowed by patients who the nurses referred to as, what was it, Mr. and Mrs. something. Magpie. Mr. and Mrs. Magpie. So, swallowed the damn keys for the archives in the basement. So one was in the TB ward. That was the iron lung puzzle. Mrs. Magpie was taken to hydrotherapy. Where the water is boiling hot. So they tried to flush out the key that this patient swallowed by boiling her, or forcing her to drink boiling water. And with the other guy, they just turned the pressure all the way up in the iron lung. Neither of which I don't think these methods would be nearly as effective as just like waiting for them to try to pass the keys. But I guess they were just tired of it. And they're awful, awful people who work at Alchemilla. So, drainage control here. It makes a toilet flushing sound. The bath has drained and the key that was in it has been sucked down the plug hole. Just like Saw. Alright, so that was everything here. Go ahead and go back to the stairs before we start going mirror world. Actually, no. I think that's it. Yeah, that one was locked. That goes back down. So no, we're good. Time for mirror world. More creepy dolls, more pistol ammo. Same creepy doll we found in the wheelchair of the earlier room in the sanitarium and picked up the target pistol. See, this is the kind of stuff where I feel like things could have been better. Could have made a lot of these elements just more in line with Travis's character. Box jammed. I'm like, I can't even tell if that texture is loaded in or if it's just dark. Please don't stun lock me. Thank you. There we go. I'm like, I just want to mark the door on my map. Get so lost in the mirrors I couldn't progress. How do you keep track? I used to get lost and still get lost in some sections of this game. Notice how I'm just like opening the map every 3 seconds, every few steps to try to see like kind of where I am and what's around me. even after playing this game a lot. It's confusing. The areas are really big, and they all sort of look the same. All the different floors of the sanitarium look the same. All the different hallways look very, very similar. So that, on top of going back and forth with the Mirror World stuff, it's confusing. You just gotta play a lot and kind of learn where certain things are and how to get to certain rooms and stuff. And then, yeah, checking the map a lot. Never hurts. But yeah, to be honest, like, I got so lost in this game. A lot of these games, I didn't really have a good idea of how to get through them. Even after playing them a lot, I didn't have an idea of how to get through them quickly until I started speedrunning. And really paying attention to, like, my route through the game. Because until I started learning to speedrun, it was just something that I never really paid too much attention to. I always just kind of played Silent Hill games and horror games the same way. Before I started learning to speedrun, this was my method. Check a door, take a few steps, open the map. What other things next to me can be marked on the map? Check those things. After I check those things, I check the map. And just kind of go through and periodically and methodically check everything. All the doors, all the hallways. Sometimes I'd keep a notepad next to me in real life so that I could write down, like, things that I find that aren't marked in the game. There's a strange depression carved into the door. Looking at it makes my head feel numb. So, something important here, female seclusion. And Travis does mark the symbol down. This place is big, and yet there's nothing interesting to inspect or interact with. See, this is that kind of thing, Bananas. Is in Silent Hill 3, by this point going through an area, you'd have so much stuff that you can stop and look at and have Heather comment on, and it builds more about her character and her story. We get this.
Oh God, Helen. My dear Helen. You really are dead. What will I do?
We get a flashback from Travis. It's just audio of his mother screaming about always hated you, and his father being like, "Oh Helen, you really are dead." Which we'll expand upon more a little bit later as we start learning more about this game's story that's not prequel related. Because on top of all the Alessa prequel stuff that's going on, Travis has, like, his own stuff going on here in Silent Hill as well. But again, I've got to point out the intro of the game where Travis is driving along and he talks to another trucker over the radio, and it's somebody that he knows, and the other trucker is, like, giving him shit about his issues. And the radio sort of static fuzzes it out. But whether it's fuzzed out or not, Travis is aware of his issues. He knows about his traumatic past. It's not like Amnesia, it's not like Silent Hill 2 where he doesn't remember, or Silent Hill 3 where it's like repressed memories from a past life. Travis is very well aware of his traumatic past. And he's so aware of it that the other truckers that he knows give him shit about his issues and make fun of it for him on the road. But we still have to go through the whole song and dance of Travis, like, "Ow, my head, what are these memories?" And it's like, you fucking know. You know already. The other trucker on the road that you passed by at the beginning of the game knew. Barbed wire is stretched across the cubicle. Cubicle. Is that a regional thing? People in the UK call bathroom stalls cubicles. Because here, when you say cubicle, you think of like a desk, like a desk in a call center. A lot of times, it's like a small, thinly walled-in area for a desk. There's a little bit of that kind of terminology thing since the project was passed over to Climax UK. Yes, we do. Yes, in Australia too. Okay. Because most people in America would refer to this as like a stall. They would call it a stall. Cubicle sounds a little bit weird. But I figured that was most likely a regional thing. So we've got another big mirror that we can use there. And at least Travis marks like where mirrors are throughout the map. So you can at least get back to where you're supposed to go, kind of get around. Hey, what's up, Adana? Right, that's everything on this floor. Let's just go ahead and use the mirror and see what's in here. In normal world, oh, we can't really see the text because of the broken flashlight. It says, "Bring me my son." Give me back my son. A dirty toilet. The toilet looks blocked. There's a metal ringing in the pipe. Sounds like something is stuck. Stick your hand in it. Oh, or I guess just flush it. Sure. The toilet has been flushed. Don't want to defend it too much, but there is a difference between knowing and remembering in real life, but it does not help a story at all. Oh no, there's definitely a difference between like having amnesia and trying to remember part of your life that you're in denial about, a la Silent Hill 2, or having lived entirely separate lives and trying to recall memories from that past life, a la Silent Hill 3. There is a difference to it, but this game treats Travis's issues not as though it's something that he's aware of and being forced to remember or being forced to like come face to face with. It's like, it's part of his past. He knows about it, but he doesn't want to think about it. He doesn't like, he's not come to terms with it, but who cares? Like, I guess that's kind of where I'm at with it. It's just, it's not such a big focal point to the story as it is for like Silent Hill 2 or Silent Hill 3. It's like Travis had a difficult childhood, you know, some fucked up stuff happened with his parents, and he was in Silent Hill, and it just is kind of there for the sake of being there without it really playing in. Like, it doesn't add anything to him. It's not like, oh, his discovery of how he felt as a child made him resonate with Alessa, which is why Alessa was trying to get him to help. Nothing like that. It's just sort of there. But no, you're right. There is a difference in like knowing about your traumatic past or being forced to face it or remember it. It's just that this game doesn't do anything clever with it, you know? It's just kind of it's again, they're trying to fill in the blanks. They've got half the deadline and half the budget to make a full-fledged Silent Hill game on the PSP. And Dan Burley's like, well, you've got to have a protagonist who has internal issues that get, you know, exposed while they're in Silent Hill, because that's what happens in Silent Hill now. You know, they did it for 2, they kind of did it for 3, they kind of did it for 4, even though they didn't really, but, you know, by that point it had kind of become the trope. So in this, it's them sort of cementing a lot of those elements of the games as tropes by just putting them in for the sake of having them. Like, we gotta have the flashbacks to the traumatic past. Well, he's aware of it, and it doesn't affect why he's here. Yeah, but that's the thing that happens in Silent Hill, so do it. Did they do that for 1? For Silent Hill 1, everything was stemmed from Alessa. You're not looking at Harry facing his internal struggles and trauma. It's got nothing to do with Harry. It's all about Alessa. It's all the history and what's in Alessa's mind. Because the whole protagonist has issues that must be uncovered thing was mostly just a Silent Hill 2 thing for the Team Silent games. It wasn't really the case for 1. It wasn't really the case for 3. 3 is, again, like, it's all this stuff stemming from Alessa. It's just Alessa as a past life instead of actively living, in a way. I got a table lamp that I can smash into a monster's face. But yeah, Silent Hill 2 was the big seller. That was the big game at this point out of the series that kind of set the way for how a lot of the Western games would copy certain elements. It's like, okay, protagonist with mysterious past, and they've got to face their issues and their past through town's power. Got it. Silent Hill 2 did it, and it worked for that, so gotta have that happen to Travis. Gotta have that happen to Alex. You know, gotta have that happen to Murphy. Big boss character that represents an aspect of the protagonist and pursues them throughout. Silent Hill 2 had Pyramid Head. You gotta do that again. They almost made it Pyramid Head again for this game, and then at the last second changed it to the Butcher. Then for Homecoming, they gave up and said, fuck it, make it Pyramid Head again. Then for Downpour, it's, you know, the Boogeyman. So it's just kind of these little fill in the blanks type of development where they're looking at all these things from the popular Silent Hill games and saying, which of these boxes do we need to check in order for fans to look at this as a Silent Hill game? And instead of that whole, like, you know, write a good story and make it detailed and make the environment interesting to explore and the characters, like, multifaceted with interesting elements to analyze. No, they focused on, like, fog, darkness, big monster that pursues you, protagonist with sad history, nurses with big tits. That's the stuff that matters. The door's sealed shut. Someone has written across it. The message reads, Dr. Harris has the key. Dr. Harris has the key. Should be able to open up hallways this way now. Check out that in a moment, but there we go. Now that's unlocked. Got through here. And we get into either of these wards. Blocked. Nope. Hey, Starshine. Thank you. I mean, I'm just a big fan of these games. I've put a lot of time and effort into playing them and researching them, looking into like developer interviews and sort of all the side extra information and stuff that's out there in guides and manuals and all that sort of stuff over the years, and then been streaming them and talking about them and learning more stuff by doing that for the last like almost 7 years. So it's just a lot of stuff, a lot of info built up over the years. But it is always fun just going through and like streaming and talking with other fans, trying to answer questions, and bringing up discussion. The fact, even if you were to say like, you know, okay, Origins is one of my least favorite ones in the series, there's still stuff to talk about this game, and people are still talking about it now, fucking so many years later. And the fact that anybody still discusses this series, like after how long it's been since there's even been a game in the series, the fact that so many people are still clamoring for like a remake or a new game or anything, even though like Konami is shit and it would probably be terrible, people still want more. People still talk about them because like these games were so iconic. There's something so unique to them that's yet to really be replicated well, where people still want to talk about the old ones. They still want to discuss things about the story and the lore. And they still want more to the series. As said, it really says a lot about these kind of games where you can play them for so long and spend so much time on them. And people still want to talk about them. Still find new things about them, even now. All right, take it easy, Dusk Shadow. Have a good one. Status report. February 7th, 1961. Patient Mrs. Blank Blank. Age 35. Examining doctor, Dr. Harris. So this is Helen Grady. This is a note about Travis's mother. So, notes. Mrs. Grady's condition has degraded dramatically in the last few months. Her fantasies of a mirror world have become more acute, and she spends more and more time in an apparent catatonic state. She claims that during this time, she is in the other world. She now has full recollection of her attack on her son, but shows no remorse for the incident. Indeed, she seems proud, almost smug, of her attempted filicide. I am worried that this behavior could be a side effect of the increased doses of epilenium that the patient has been prescribed. I have asked for her dose to be halved and hope to see positive results shortly. So we find info saying that Travis's mother was a patient here in the sanitarium, that she was having these delusions of mirror worlds, and that she would go catatonic, seemingly entering these other mirror worlds. So could this be, you know, her actually having this power and being able to go through the mirrors, which would explain why Travis can do it? Or is it more of a psychological thing, and it's the town making it able to happen because you believe in it? Or is it a lazy excuse for a game mechanic to pad out the areas that you're in by making you go through them twice, in the normal world and then through the mirror into the other world? You be the judge. As said, if they had focused more on Travis's character and like his mother and this whole mirror thing, if they had put a little bit more time into making this a standalone Travis Grady in Silent Hill game, instead of making so much of it the Silent Hill 1 prequel bait stuff, I feel like they could have actually expanded on the whole mirror mechanic and done more interesting things with it. Hey, a shotgun. Now it's a video game. Never going to be able to reach this door. I like how it's not even a question of if the doors are locked or jammed or whatever. There's just no floor there anymore. Just large gaps in the floor and some more ass puddles walking around. Don't mind me, ass puddle. Just marking off doors on the map. Go the day room. First aid kit, shotgun ammo. And half of it just kind of blocked for no real reason. How's that any different from the previous games, getting you to go through the other world, though? Because you're not willingly going into the other world so that you can go through an entire area again. Like, everything would completely shift at a point that's not really in your control. So you're progressing forward. Like, you're going into an area and then you're going into like a new area, being the otherworld version of someplace you were in. It's drastically changed. Whereas this is like, they throw a skin onto the walls. They change up, which doors are locked. And you're constantly just going back and forth of your own volition. Like, you don't have the other world descending on you outside of your control and making it feel like, oh, I've done something. I've progressed the game. I'm in the other world now. It's just a mechanic. It's just how you get around locked doors. It's just how you go and search the same room twice, where this time there's an important item there. Like, I don't know. I guess at a very basic sort of sense, it's kind of the same thing. You're just revisiting an area, but the fact that you've got so much control over it and that it's not directly linked to your progression the same way, like, you don't feel like you're going forward by going into the other world. It's just you're going sideways. You're still in the same place. You just have to go in the other world, on your own to go and check some rooms. I think it affects the pacing. That's probably the easiest way I can explain it. Is I feel like it really just affects the pacing in a negative way. Ow. Stop it. I can't even tell. There it is. Can't step on it. It's already dead. A wheelchair. Never needed to use one of these myself. else here? The Solarium. Yes. Another excellent throwing weapon. The filing cabinet. Look at that. Typewriter. Nightstick. Table lamp. Kitchen knife. Chemical jar. Shaving razor. Stick. An entire IV drip stand. Screwdriver. Stick number 2. Wrench, chemical jar, meat hook. And of course, the 5-knuckle special. Don't need any of this. Shotgun ammo. Forgot how much stuff this guy carries around? That's not even close to how much shit we're gonna have by the end of the game. People all like weapons in Dead Rising, right? Yeah, breakable weapons. No, I have not, Dusty Roads. I'm not familiar with what those are. How does this Silent Hill compare to the original 3? Badly. Sorry if I'm not gonna go through and reiterate everything I've been talking about for the last 4 hours, but yeah. Watch the VOD from the start and watch the rest of the playthrough, because that's pretty much all I'm talking about. I'm trying to also talk about the story and stuff, but it's hard to not talk about this game and compare it to the originals. Especially since this was the first one that wasn't made by Team Silent. So it's just part of the conversation when you talk about it. Attending officers report. 11/4/1959. When I arrived at the blank house, the ambulance was already at the scene. The neighbor, Mr. Bryant, who first called in the incident, had restrained Mrs. Blank, and the paramedics were tending to the child. The husband, Mr. Blank, had not yet arrived back from his place of work. Thanks to Bryant's intervention, the gas had been turned off and the house ventilated. However, there was still a strong smell, and I deemed it necessary to call the fire department as a precaution. It appeared that Mrs. Blank had attempted to gas herself and her child. When I spoke to the suspect, Mrs. Blank, she was uncooperative and seemed enraged. She demanded I release her so she could kill the devil child. She was clearly not in control of her mind. Mr. Bryant commented that several times in the previous week he had heard loud arguments and screams from the house. He said Helen has not been well for a while. So, Helen, of course, being Helen Grady, Travis's mother, turned on the gas, fill her house with gas to kill herself and Travis. And luckily, law enforcement intervened, and they were able to get, Travis medical attention, and they put his mother in the Cedar Grove Sanitarium. So that's the element of like Travis's history that all of this is supposed to be representing, going through the sanitarium. He's been here before, He's been here to visit his mother before. He, as a child, tried to get past the security checkpoints to where his mother was kept. Check the stairs. Hey, cat's blazing. Oops. Actually, let's go check the ward before I change floors. I want to try and make sure I've got everything kind of marked off. Again, it can be hard sometimes to remember to be thorough when I just know how to rush through the game a bit. Hey, what's up, Dead Meat? Thank you so much for the 8 months. Really appreciate the love and support. Thanks for introducing Dagoth Wave to me. I've been listening to it almost nonstop since he played it during the Silent Hill 4 stream. I'm glad that you enjoy it. Go check out Young Scrolls on YouTube. Go sub to Young Scrolls. Buy some of his tracks off of Bandcamp. He's an amazing musical artist. And I've had absolutely no permission to use any of his music during my streams, so please don't DMCA me. I love your work. Origins is the one you played the most. For a lot of people, this game, I said, a lot of people really like this game, and a lot of people played the crap out of it. It was also the first one on the PSP. I knew a lot of people at that time who like took their PSPs fucking everywhere. So being able to have like a new Silent Hill game that you can walk around and play and easily take with you and shit, sit and play it on the bus or whatever. This was a big game for a lot of people. For me, it's the total opposite. This is one of the ones that I played the least. I didn't get a PSP until like way after PSPs were still like really popular. And by that time, I had borrowed a PSP to play this when it came out. I don't think I even finished it. And I didn't really sit down and finish playing this game all the way through until they made the PS2 port. Got a hold of the PS2 port and played that version. And finished it and was like, nah. Their hammer and ampule. So yeah, for this one, I never played it nearly as much as the other games. I didn't like it when I first played it. I would say my opinions towards it have only gotten stronger over the years. The more appreciation I've gained for Silent Hill 1, the more I hate a lot of the things this game got so wrong about 1 that people still argue about today. This is the best non-Team Silent game. Tufui Ego Eris, that is what is known as an opinion. And that is your opinion, and you're allowed to have it. I absolutely disagree. Considering the development history behind this game, I think they did the best with what they've got, and it could have been much worse. But there's so much with this game. I mean, if you want to see what I prefer, ! Faves. Lists all my rankings of the Silent Hill games from best to worst. I've already gone at great length to go through these games over the years and do the in-depth playthroughs and kind of talk about what I think about each of them in great detail. And it's like I'm trying to be a nice middle ground of talking about the game itself without just my opinions on it. but, you know, it's impossible. There's always going to be that level of personal bias to things. And as said, everyone's got their own individual history for this game's story and their situation, where they were when they played it, has a big impact on how you think about these kind of games. So everyone's going to see stuff differently, have different preferences. I only ask that people don't take it personally when I'm talking about how much I dislike so many of the Western games, and go into detail talking about it. 'Cause it's not a personal attack on anybody, or saying that your opinion's any worse or better than anyone else's. It's just, it's my stream, it's my opinions for the game coming through, and I'm doing my best to be thorough and talk about it, put it in context with, like, the development history as much as I can. But yeah, you'll notice Origins is still, with all that said, my second to least worst game in the series for me. Only behind Book of Memories. Why is the Pachi slot game better than this one? Because it's a Silent Hill 2 slot machine. I like Silent Hill 2, and I like slot machines. Going in release order by which ones you play. For these streams that I've been doing, yeah. I've already played the first 4, and now I'm doing Origins. After this will be Homecoming, and then Shattered Memories, and then Downpour sometime over the next week or two. Let's see. So we flushed the key. Play Novel? Play Novel is a playable choose-your-own-adventure novelization of the first Silent Hill game for the Game Boy Advance. It was only released in Japan, but there are fan translations of it and stuff out there. The fan translation's actually hilarious at times. It really is. Will I stream it? I mean, I have streamed it. Exclamation point VOD. VOD. Everything Silent Hill related, I have streamed at some point. I'm not sure when I'll stream it again. I only planned on doing the in-depth stuff that I'm doing now for the main series games. Eventually, some of the side stuff I'll probably do, but no plans on doing that now or anytime soon. That's all blocked off. Take some ammo, a meat hook, a broken fuse box. Played it knowing zero Japanese. That must have been a real interesting playthrough then. Because when all you've got to go by are like the visuals music cues. A lot to try to figure out. That game's weird too. There's so much weird fan fiction stuff for Silent Hill 1 via the play novel. Like, it is basically a fan fiction retelling of Silent Hill 1. And it's kind of amazing for that. Hey, what's up, Starwin? I already turned up the brightness. I literally even stopped earlier to adjust the emulator settings to make it even brighter than I had already made it earlier. Still too dark. But I hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing good tonight. PS2 version is so trash. Well, that's the secret, Star. All versions of this game are trash. You just pick what trash you want. What aspects of the game do you want to be bad? Because there's, especially if you're emulating. If you're emulating PSP or emulating PS2, they both have their fair shares of graphical oddities and lighting things and stuff that doesn't work right. I need to get back over to was that it? The East Pipe Room? Got the Duck Station emulator on your phone. This thing's amazing. It's pretty damn good. Mado. I've been pretty impressed with it so far. There's a key in the drain, but I can't reach it through the grate. All right, okay. So we've got to go through a mirror. Oh my god, we've got to get around real-world obstacles by going into a mirror. In this world, there's a grate, but in the other world, not so great. See what I mean? With, like, the other world just kind of becoming a mechanic. Just inconvenience. Hey, Valentine. How's this going? Never seen an in-depth playthrough of this. I mean, not too bad. 4 hours in. Still chilling at the Sanitarium. This game's not nearly as long as the other ones. I'm still kind of taking my time with it, trying to talk about stuff, but even going to great lengths at everything that's in this game, like, we'll be probably stretching it to 8 hours or 9 hours or something. Not like Silent Hill 1, which was a 14-hour playthrough the other week. Yeah, and Silent Hill 2 and 3, which were like 17 hours. There we go. Interview archives key. Silent Hill or Resident Evil? Nobody's ever posed such a daring question as Noah J. I think my answer should be pretty obvious. I've streamed who knows how many thousands of hours of Silent Hill over the last 6.5 years. And I've streamed like maybe like 80 hours of Resident Evil. It's not nothing. I did my first playthrough of 7 when I finally got my PS4. And I did my first playthrough of Resident Evil 2 Remake. And I played 1, 2, 3, and 4 for various like Halloween streams. Been doing this for 6+ years. I started streaming Silent Hill January 2015. And last I checked, it's now June of 2021. So yeah, been doing in-depth Silent Hill playthroughs, challenge runs, speed runs, pretty much everything Silent Hill related. Can I go through that door? Fine, fuck it. But no, welcome to the channel. As said, I'm sorry about being sort of snarky about answers and stuff. If you do VOD, there's a big list of archived Silent Hill playthrough stuff from over the years. It's like 300 and it's getting close to 360 hours long. But yeah, this is kind of what we do. We do really slow, long plays, super in-depth, watching the cutscenes, talking about the in-game lore, talking about development history, trivia from developers, stuff they've mentioned in interviews. Lots of stuff just to try to be as thorough as possible. So yeah, some questions. Which is your favorite Silent Hill game? Which is your least favorite Silent Hill game? Do you like Resident Evil? You know. Sometimes my responses are a little bit fucking sassy to things like that, just because it's questions that I don't even know how many times I've been asked. I don't mean to be rude about it. It's something I should be better about as a streamer. It's hard to not be snarky about the series because we just want to see it proper, not endure a slow, painful death. True, in a lot of my comments, that's just how I am. It's just how I am when it comes to a lot of my sharing opinions on these games, especially the negative ones. It is hard to not have a bit of an attitude towards it, because as much as I like to think I've leveled out a lot over the years as a fan, it can be really frustrating sometimes. Be really frustrating. Archives. Interview archives. That was up a floor. So I need to go mirror. Easier to talk about the games when you're playing a good one. That too. Because I'm genuinely, kind of like gushing over the game. Like when I'm talking about 1 through 4, I genuinely like those games. And it's a lot easier for me to play through them and just be like, oh, there's this thing happening in the game that reminded me about a thing I want to talk about, because it's genuinely interesting to me. Origins is just kind of like, do I have to play it? I played all the other ones. I guess people want me to play this one. This is another one of those balance things, though, that I've been trying to get better about over the years with streaming. A big part of why I took a break from streaming Silent Hill and stuff like that for a while was because I started to feel like I was getting to a point where I was making myself play the games when I didn't feel like playing them, and I wanted to play some other stuff. And I didn't want to feel burned out. I didn't want to feel like I was forcing myself to play something that I didn't want to play. There's already been a few comments in chat just since I've been playing this, where people are like, why are you doing this to yourself if you don't like this game? So part of being a streamer is like, you've got to find a balance between streaming stuff that you genuinely like and want to stream, and streaming stuff. Oh, I need to unlock that door. Streaming stuff for your audience and for what your viewers want to see. Origins is 100% if I didn't have people here wanting to see me go through the rest of the games in the series, I wouldn't want to play it. I wouldn't be playing this. But people expect it, since I just did the first 4 and I said I was going to go through these. So I go through it for the sake of people wanting to see it. If I was just playing ones that I want to play, I would just skip the others. I'd do a playthrough of Shattered Memories, and then we would pretend like Origins and Homecoming and Downpour and all those don't exist. Oh man, what's the best way? I need to go to Light World, and I need to open up that door. See, this is the fun part about not following just like my speedrun route for this game, is I lose track of exactly where I need to go. So I get to wander through all of these familiar areas that look just like all the other areas again. I think I need to go down, then through the storage mirror, and then across the hall and up. Do I remember the first horror movie that I watched? First horror movie that I watched, I do not know. Like, one of the ones that I remember having that I watched a lot of, we had the VHS tape for Dawn of the Dead, the original Dawn of the Dead. So I'd watched the tape, you know, I wore the fucking tape out for Dawn of the Dead. That was one of the ones that I used to watch a lot. And then later on, when I got Day of the Dead, I wound up becoming an even bigger fan of that. That one is like pretty much one of my absolute favorite horror movies of all time, is Day of the Dead. So those ones were pretty early on. They probably weren't my first horror movie, but as said, my mom is super big into horror. She let me get into horror and stuff. I found it really interesting as a kid too, so she might have had other horror movies and stuff on that are even from before like what I can actively remember. That's all blocked off. Damn it, I'm trying to remember how I get that one lock open. Maybe it's after archives. No, because that way's blocked. Well, I can't go straight to it here. but I can from Light World. Shining would be super scary. Yeah, my mom was a big fan of Stephen King, so like we probably had The Shining on at some point when I was a kid. Probably had like Carrie, Cujo, Pet Cemetery, any King movie adaptations. But then I was really big into zombies and stuff. Go figure, right? Who would have thought? So I fell in love with like zombie movies. So Return of the Living Dead, Night of the Living Dead, Dawn of the Dead, Day of the Dead were all really big with me, that I watched a lot as a kid especially. No getting through that here. So far, this game turned out to be better than you expected. Was avoiding the game because of the critics. I don't know how much of the stream you've already been watching, Thorville, but I felt like I was pretty well summing up what a lot of the negative criticisms of the game are. But hey, if it looks better to you than expected, then can't beat that. Shaun of the Dead. I mean, I like Shaun of the Dead. That's just from a lot later. See, I'm old. When I talk about horror movies from my childhood, that was like... I was born in 88. So, very early 90s. Shaun of the Dead was more like, yeah... I was still pretty young, but a little bit older. I'm not trying to make the argument 33 is old or whatever. I'm just being dramatic. Point is, I'm just trying to say, like, what was around as horror movies when I was a child. Shaun of the Dead feels like something much later to me. When I was a kid, it was more Friday the 13th sequels, Nightmare on Elm Street, Halloween. Those were like the big three, still are kind of the big three in a lot of ways. Living Dead movies, Evil Dead 2, Army of Darkness, that kind of stuff. A lot of 80s and 90s horror. That was the stuff that was around when I was a kid. That I can remember getting into like super early. Those awful Leprechaun movies. I mean, I guess some people liked them. They made a fucking bunch of them. I can remember seeing a bunch of those too as a kid. Like, even as a kid, renting those and thinking they were absolutely terrible. I actually get upstairs from here. Sanitarium takes longer than I remember. I mean, again, if I had just kind of been rushing from point to point, taking my speedrun route through, like, it's not nearly as long, but I try to take my time and explore. Also to give a feel of just how big the area is. Oh, excuse me. If you're wandering through, like, playing this game for the first time, where you would be checking everything like I'm kind of trying to do, you spend a lot of time here. You spend a lot of time having to just run around and check doors, and it really drives home the sense of what I was trying to explain earlier. Like, how big the areas are, and how tedious going back and forth through the mirror to check, like, normal world and other world versions of each.
I had to do it.
You had to? Please, help me understand.
That's what you do with pests. That's what you do, isn't it? And he was a pest. Oh, he was a bad boy. Always has been. I tried to pretend he wasn't, but they were there to make sure I didn't forget.
They?
The people in the mirrors. They see it all. What's really going on.
And it was their idea?
Yes. They saw the devil inside of him. I had to kill him. My responsibility. My flesh and blood. I brought him into this world, so I had to take him out of it. Good wombs can bear bad sons, they say. I know you think what I did was wrong.
I just want to understand. Helen.
No! You want to keep me locked up, Doctor. But you can't. I can leave whenever I want. I can step through that mirror and into their world. This world is just a daydream.
Helen?
When will they bring me my boy?
Okay. Some more audio flashback to Travis Grady's mother, Helen, who was here in the sanitarium for treatment, thinking that she could go back and forth through mirrors. Portable TV, our first portable TV. We're going to save that and throw it at the devil later. Reels of tape spilling down onto the floor. But yeah. Again, we get just a little bit more flavor dialogue. Helen being locked up here in the sanitarium. She wants them to bring Travis to her, and she's here in the first place for trying to kill Travis. She believes that he is the son of the devil. Again, little things that sort of hint towards the bad ending of the game, more than the actual good ending that you'll get on a first playthrough. And of course, gotta have a freaking katana. Gotta have a freaking katana. What kind of Silent Hill game would this be if we didn't have the most honorable of weapons? Sharp-edged steel blade. All right, so we've got that open. Oh, now we should be able to get over here. Yeah. So dark. Can't go into there, but we can at least go downstairs, use a mirror, and open up this locked door. think. How would you rank the enemy designs in this game compared to the others in the series? I mean, it's a lot of rehashes. It's nurses, because it's a Silent Hill game. It's got to have a nurse. The butcher, who's basically... he was going to be Pyramid Head, but at the last second, we decided to make him not Pyramid Head. There's straitjackets, which are just lying figures, basically, from 2. Slightly different. So, for the most part, not good. Some of the original ones are really underwhelming. They definitely show how much the game was rushed. Such as floating leather harness that just has a shadow of an enemy there. Ow. Okay, here's our mirror. Anything else? Stuff like the carrion are not too bad, and the I don't know, a couple of the enemy designs aren't too bad. Some of the bosses are okay. Definitely not some of my favorites in the series, though. Like, nothing really stand out to me in this game. And the enemy designs. Theater kind of shines as its own thing, I guess, if you want to call it shining. Even the most shining element from this game, I feel, is like leaps and bounds below other Silent Hill games. Like, that's kind of my whole issue with it. Theater does okay, but I don't know. Living puppets, animated puppets, little tiny marionette puppets that hang from the ceiling and grab you. Something, I guess. Some people don't like puppets. Amber Incident Report. Reporting staff member Simmons. Incident description. A male child entered into the sanitarium unchallenged and got through into female seclusion. Doors were left unlocked. So this was Travis Grady as a child getting into his mother's room. He entered female seclusion room 5, at which point orderly Michaels observed him and alerted me. The boy was the child of a visitor and was taken away by his father. Failures. The doors to female seclusion were left unlocked by the orderly, and the staff in the lobby failed to notice the boy when he arrived in the mezzanine area. Recommendation: all staff to be reminded of the importance of locking ward doors. Review of staff to be conducted by duty managers. I guess they did a lot better after being told about locking doors. Because fucking everything now is locked. And you gotta go into the other world to retrieve keys. Oops. I think I still want to be in Light World for now. Yeah, so let's go upstairs. Yeah, lock the doors in your mental hospital. Real nice rule of thumb. Hey, now it's unlocked. Don't have any other keys on us. Now we can get around to here. Doctor's office. Still need that doctor's office key. Being able to switch between worlds on command is my gripe with this one. See, we've already kind of talked about a bit about that, Mascot, but yeah, it's... Some people like it as a mechanic to play around with. You know, worked for Legend of Zelda, why not Silent Hill? But as a fan of Silent Hill, you being in control of when and where you go in and out of the other world seems very out of place. So, while I agree it's not like the worst mechanic or anything, I just think it's not very well handled. Okay, so now, what else do I need to do? That one side is blocked. Go Otherworld and then get through there now? Perhaps? Or does that always lock it here? Yeah, that's always locked here. This game's buggy in shooting with the PS2 version. Got on your nerves real bad. Game's buggy in a lot of different ways on both versions, PSP and PS2. But yeah, there's a lot of weirdness to it. Most of the time, I don't even bother using the guns. Why would you bother using a gun when you can just throw the nearest toaster at a monster and get him right in the fucking face? Oh my god, camera angles, please. Alright, so that's blocked. I want to see what's directly across from storage room. Broken door. Another fuse box. Nothing else. Alright. And Otherworld from here. There we go. Legend of Zelda isn't a horror game, though. And more importantly, like, I don't know, it's just not... It's such a main, such a main plot element of the story is the Otherworld for the series. So that's a really big thing to change. Being able to make the Otherworld sort of in your control. Game's really dark screen-wise? Oh yeah, that is the #1 common complaint for the PS2 version of this game. I have it brightened up for OBS, I have it brightened up in the emulator, and it is still incredibly dark. Without completely overblowing the brightness and saturation. That's kind of the best balance that I can do for us. and still have a relatively decent looking version of the game to play through and look at. Because the alternative is playing the PSP version, which would be much brighter and also much worse looking models and textures and things. So only thing that really gets me is there's a ton of film grain. So this is a common thing in the Silent Hill series. They've been using it since the first game. But the thing is, in Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 3, you can go into the options menu, you can turn that film grain off. In Origins, it's a New Game Plus unlock to be able to have the feature of turning off the film grain. You've got to beat the game once to unlock the ability to turn off film grain. And because this was like a fresh install, newest version of the emulator and everything, I didn't have a save file for it, so we get to deal with it. One has some grain on like transitions, the noise filter. Certain transitions, certain areas, it's not used nearly as much as they do for 2 and 3. Medications. Oh, this is one of the only puzzles. Listen up. It's one of the few things about this game that I like about it. It's got a good puzzle. This one. Medications. Do not mess up. Trizanthium in room 1. Natium in room 2. Emporium in room 3. Solorium in room 4. And Nadium in room 5. So Nadium in blue, Emporium in yellow, Solorium in green, Chrysanthemum in red. Remember, pills only for patients. I'm gonna do the like logical thing as a Silent Hill puzzle solver person and take out a scrap of paper and write down my notes. Nah, at the very least you can review your in-game memo and look at all that stuff. But here we go. So we get our list of medications for each of the patients that they're supposed to have. And we can look in each of the rooms. Well, some of them you can only see from the outside, but you get enough to figure out what was sort of wrong with each patient. Dirty toilet doesn't look like it's been used for a while. Sink is encrusted with dirt. Main thing here, we find a shaving razor and blood and razor blades and bandages. Looks like someone had an accident here. So likely this patient was a self-harmer, given the way that everything is shown. So we have that element of razor blades. So again, you could go through, if you were making notes, look at your medication list and make notes about how each room looks. So room number 1, razors, and that is the red chrysanthemum. So you make your note. Room number 2. Door won't open. It looks warped by heat. The outside is scorched black. So something to do with fire, something to do with flame. So 2, fire/burn. And room 2 was Nadium, blue. Room number 3. hat boxes. A poker. A dressmaker's dummy. Perfume bottles. The tops are off, so everything inside evaporated a long time ago. So fashion and perfume. Fancy dress. So 3 would be fancy. Fancy dress. Or a tailor. 3 was yellow. Oporium. Room number 4, the door is heavily barred. So somebody very dangerous. They would have to be in a room that's barred extra heavily in the insane asylum. So this is somebody dangerous. And notes. For room 4 would be Solarium, which is green. Did I play Eternal Darkness? I did. I've streamed it 3 full times on the channel in the last few years. And I'll probably do another playthrough for the true ending sometime this year. I'm not sure exactly when. But I love Eternal Darkness. Excellent, excellent game. There are piles of uneaten food. Smells awful. A set of scales. Looks like they've seen a lot of use. So somebody who's not eating. And weighing themselves a lot. So 5. Be not eating, like an eating disorder. And they also have blue nadium. I like dying. Nah, we're good. Okay. So now we've taken a look at each of the rooms. We've gotten an idea of the 5 patients and what each of their rooms kind of represents about that patient. And we know what medications each patient in each room would be taking. So now... see, I'm trying to remember... where we take that. Well, we're in a new area, so let's go ahead and just mark off these doors. Save point. Played all the endings thanks to Dolphin. Was an amazing piece. Yeah, I need to mess around with Dolphin and like try to get that game or that emulator working for me. I've always had a lot of issues getting it to run, and I've gotten a lot better over the years since then. With running emulators and kind of learning more about them and getting them installed and setting them up and stuff. So I need to give Dolphin another shot and try to set stuff up, because you can make stuff like Eternal Darkness look really, really great, and that would be nice for some streams. You can make stuff like Shattered Memories. I can always set up Shattered Memories on Dolphin emulation and make that look really, really nice. So definitely one of those things I need to go back and mess with again, see if I can get it working right. All right, there's an ornate cabinet here with 5 miniature dolls screwed into its top. And taking a look, we've got 5 dolls representing our 5 patients. A crazy doll holding knives, a burned doll holding a burned match, a skinny, like emaciated doll, a doll who is cut open and holding a razor blade, and a doll wearing a very nice, fancy little dress with a fancy mustache. And 4 different medications: green, yellow, blue, and red pills. So we just looked at each of our rooms for patients. We saw what each of them had to sort of represent the different patients, and we know which medication they were supposed to take. So with this one, the first room was the self-armor, the razor blades, and they needed the red medication. So red for the room with razor blades. The second room was the burn room, the one that was all burned up. That was blue. For their medication. The third room was the tailors with the dress mannequin and fancy dress and perfume stuff. They had yellow medication for curly mustache. Fourth room was the one that was super like extra barred off. Somebody dangerous with green medication. That's this Mr. Stabby over here. And fifth room, last room, was all the uneaten food. So that's our skinny, emaciated doll there, taking the blue medication. Drawer pops open, and we get Dr. Harris's key. So this is like the only puzzle in this game that I really like. That's it. That's the last good puzzle in the game, folks. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it. Most of the other puzzles in the game are not great. This one I actually like. That feels like a Silent Hill puzzle. You're using clues in the environment to discern things about these patients that aren't here. Just figuring out kind of who they were through what's in their rooms, and then taking it elsewhere and figuring out which medication goes to which. It's like 3 different elements: the dolls and how the dolls look, the rooms and how the rooms look, and the list of medication and the order going into, which medication goes to which room. For one whole puzzle, they did it right. They did something neat, kind of clever. Outside of that, I mean, get hype for the theater light bulb puzzle. What number is half of what number? Yeah, math hype. You have a schedule when I stream the Silent Hill series? No, I tried. I tried so hard to write in and stick to a schedule, and I just can't do it. So follow me on Twitter. Follow the channel. You'll get a notification when I go live. And I always try to tweet out whenever I go live. But yeah, anytime I try to set a schedule, I'm just not good at sticking to it. Sorry. It's how it goes. It's why I archive all the streams. There's always VODs for people to catch later. What's my opinion on the Fatal Frame series? Would I ever do a stream of the games? I've streamed the first two before. That's one of the hard things about having a channel like mine, where there's a lot of people who are relatively new to finding this channel. They've probably seen like my older stuff on YouTube, or maybe just found me out of the blue or through somebody else. So it's hard to keep up with all the stuff that I've already streamed in the last like almost 7 years that I've been streaming regularly. So I've streamed Fatal Frame 1 and 2. In my own life, I've played 1, 2, and 3, but never any of the other ones outside of that. I like the first 3 games for what they are. I've heard the series gets very different after that. So I still need to play the other games. And yeah, I'll probably stream them again at some point. I just don't have any plans on it right now. Oh my god, sprinting at me to QTE. You horrible creature. Stop trying to fuck me to death. Stab it. Leave me alone. Dr. Harris's key. I need to go. Light World on this floor. Yep, this is with brightness turned up in the emulator and on OBS for you guys, even more than what I can see. Yeah, this map is fucking huge. And then when you factor in there's Light World and Dark World that you're going back and forth between, it's absolutely fucking massive. It is ridiculous how much to this map there is. No, I've never played Control. Yeah. Pretty decent game that's connected to Alan Wake in some ways. I've heard a few people mention Control, like, in other ways, like, just in general, but that's the first I've heard that it's connected to Alan Wake at all. I didn't realize that was the thing. Oh My Queen is like an absolute master at Silent Hill Downpour. As much as she would probably hate to admit that being a thing. Yeah, Queen's former world record holder for it, one of the best speedrunners in it. Knows that game very thoroughly. Take that as a compliment just because it comes from you. I mean, if I had a question about Downpour or its mechanics, you would be the person that I ask. If I ever am playing Downpour, I mean, I will be playing Downpour relatively soon, next week or two. If there's stuff that I forget about or things that I forget where they are, Queen is the one I would ask. Got the Jocasta artifact. And now we get some Yamaoka music loop. Some of that soft guitar, Silent Hill atmosphere. Read the fucking note, dude. The new patient, Helen Grady, arrived today. So this is our big reveal that the notes we've been reading, all the flashbacks about this woman, it was Helen Grady. It was Travis's mother. I was surprised to see how calm and well-behaved she was. After reading her notes, I was worried that she might be something of a handful. The woman is in complete denial and claims no recollection of the incident which saw her committed. Indeed, she has asked repeatedly to be allowed to see her son. I have agreed with her husband that it is best that the boy be kept away from his mother. Yeah. No shit, she tried to kill him. She tried to gas him in their own home, along with herself. That is probably in his best interest to be kept away. While there seems little hope for any long-term recovery, I look forward to spending some time with Mrs. Grady. Her condition is most fascinating. I feel like they used that wording in particular because her powers are essentially the way the other world works in this game, which is the mirrors. And Vincent, talking about the other world in Silent Hill 3, refers to it as most fascinating. Same way somebody sort of wait, what? Sorry, I'm like losing my train of thought looking at what's going on in chat. But anyway, a little bit of a Vincent reference there. Silent Hill 3. Vincent talking about the other world, saying he finds it most fascinating. Somebody feels the same way about Helen Grady and her other world mirror stuff. Now we need to take the artifact all the way over there to female seclusion. Yeah, Queen, stop forcing your opinion. Just because you have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours of experience isn't gonna change my mind. See, Queen, this is what it's like. This is why this is what my world has been. I've gotten so many of those comments. It's like, I'm just sharing my opinion. You can still have yours. It's all right, Ahmet. I need that. What's the SpongeBob meme? The calm down, son. It's just a drawing. Calm down. It's just a Western Silent Hill game. can share opinions here. Just don't be argumentative about it. That's all. We're all fans. Just chilling.
Lisa? You're here too? Can you see all this stuff? Is it all dark for you too?
It's so sad. They can't do anything for her. She just sits there. She wants her boy so badly.
Who are you talking about? Is the girl inside? Alessa? Is Alessa in there?
No. No! You know who's in there!
Yeah, Travis, you should know who's in there. You've been reading notes about your mother the whole time. If you don't know, I won't tell you. Thanks for being helpful, Lisa. Violent, heavy scribbles. Why do I feel uneasy when I look at this? Looks like a house. A crude, childish drawing. There's something disturbing about this picture. That's fine. Salad Fingers concept art. Love it. Who drew this? Looks like a child's drawing. Crayon drawing, parts of it are scribbled out. Something unsettling about this drawing. What is it? A monster? A child? It's Travis. Looks strange. It's how Helen looked at Travis as her son, this monster.
Mama? Daddy said you were dead. Are you dead?
I'm not dead. Locked away. Out of sight, out of mind, not dead. I asked them to bring my boy to me.
Mama.
Come here, boy. Let Mama take a look at you.
Oh, the emulator doesn't like that effect. Emulator is not about that poison gas effect. Yay, menu bug. We mentioned very briefly at the start that there's like an inventory bug. This is it. Inventory portraits will switch. So now our target pistol looks like a shotgun, but it's actually a target pistol. Let's throw... We can't throw the TV. We gotta save the TV for the devil. But do I have something else throwable? We'll throw one of the jars. Wasn't enough. Get her with a typewriter. Oh god. The smoke effect. If only we had a TV. We've only got one TV, and we're saving it for the devil. I am burning through all of my supplies so early. This is going to be a really good playthrough. Oh, there she goes. And scream again. So, someone asked earlier about monster design. And I mean, it's like somebody looked at Masahiro Ito's work and was like, yeah, we'll try to do something similar. And like, it's okay. It's not great. The body, like, what is it even supposed to be? It's kind of like Mary at the end of Silent Hill 2 being in the cage and upside down, but there was like implication to that. Masahiro Ito designed that with the idea of like the box cage representing Mary's bed and sort of how she felt confined in the hospital. So similar thing probably for this, that theme of confinement, that she was confined here. But I don't know, it's just weird. Great value Mary. Yeah, kinda. Now she's just up there. She's just folded up into the ceiling. Some people have pointed out that it could be like a veil. The sort of see-through part around her cage. Being sort of like a wedding or like a bride's veil, since she's Travis's father's wife. Got the past piece.
This is just like before. What's happening here? That thing, it couldn't have been. Are you making this happen? Are you doing this? Wait. No. Don't go. I need to know.
We get another interaction with Alessa. She seems to only be able to speak in sirens. Again, even her just projecting her image around is not something she should be able to do. That's something that happens after the other half of her soul returns at the start of Silent Hill 1. So and just to kind of keep track of what Travis is doing, like why is he here in the town? He's late on a gig. He's a trucker driving a shipment of something to somewhere, and he cuts past Silent Hill as a shortcut, winds up nearly hitting someone running across the road, looks like a young girl, follows the young girl, finds a house on fire, goes into the burning house, finds a burned but still alive girl, saves her, passes out in the yard, wakes up outside the hospital, and he's like trying to find out what happened to her. Bunch of crazy shit happens. Eventually he runs into Lisa. Lisa says, "Oh, that little girl, she died." At this point, Travis should just be like, "Damn, that sucks. I'm going back to my truck and going home." But Lisa also mentions she's going to go meet Dr. Kaufman at Cedar Grove Sanitarium. And for whatever reason, Travis is like, "I guess I'll follow you there." He doesn't tell her that. He just goes on his own trying to find her, which is why Lisa's here. I don't know specifically why she's there in that room, to just sort of introduce the boss fight of your own mother. Because, again, I think in the context of this game, Lisa's still supposed to be alive. It's not like she's a manifestation as she was in Silent Hill 1, which is why she's around in the other world to talk to you as Harry, because she's already dead. She's manifested by Alessa's memory of Lisa. In this game, she's supposed to be alive. What's she doing in the other world? Sitting in a room telling you, you know who's in there, before you go and fight your mother. Just stuff like that doesn't make sense at all. But that's where we are. And now Travis has come this far, and he finds a theater ticket as he's leaving the hospital. A faded yellow theater ticket admits one to the Tempest. So I guess we'll go there next. Like, just go to your truck. Go to your truck and go home. Why do you care? Why are you still here? Travis's motivation for being in the town and doing anything just makes zero sense to me. Okay, but that's it. That's it for the Sanitarium. One of the biggest areas of the game. Like, that area alone took like 3.5 hours or something. And I was kind of really taking my time with it. I want to make sure and pick up this lumberyard key, because I have a tendency to forget things, and I'm going to take a short break. And if there's anything in this game I don't want to forget, it's that key. Because if I ran all the way over to the lumberyard and then couldn't open the gate and had to run all the way back, well, I would be upset. I've done that so many times. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and take my second break of the stream now. Just need to get up, grab a drink, stretch my legs for a moment, check on my cats. And then I will be back for some more Silent Hill Oranges. Hope everyone's been enjoying the playthrough. I know this one is a little bit different from the first 4 in-depth playthroughs. There's it's harder to talk about the story and stuff just because it's not as good. It's mostly me kind of talking about what's going on and how it makes no sense. It's a lot of talking about and rehashing kind of the development history of it. And Ty, since you mentioned this in chat, you said you might have touched on this already, but wasn't the game supposed to be some wacky funny game and changed? So I've been reading this. I read it at the beginning of the stream. I read it after my first break, or at the start of my first break. I'm going to read it now before I take a second break for anybody who missed it. So Silent Hill Origins was the first game that Konami outsourced the development to a different team. Team Silent internally had been disbanded. Several of them went to go work for other companies. Some went to go work on other game projects. Some left the gaming industry altogether. So Team Silent was disbanded. Konami still wanted to make Silent Hill games, so they went to Climax in the United States, Climax Studios, gave them the opportunity to make a Silent Hill game. They made a Resident Evil 4 style over-the-shoulder shooter that was a dark comedy based on Scrubs. And then that got canned and deemed too embarrassing to release. So it was sent over to the Climax UK branch, where an entirely different dev team looked at what was made and said, we have to completely redo this. We can't use anything that they've made. We've got to start over. Konami told them, you can do that, but in the same amount of time and budget. So this is the interview explaining all of that and what the director of this game, Sam Barlow, actually talked about and actually said. So development was transferred to Climax's UK team, with Sam Barlow directing the game. Barlow commented on the state of the project at that time. It was bizarre. It was supposed to be a dark comedy, and at some point, someone said Scrubs was the inspiration. We pushed back and said, look, if this goes out, it will be a disaster. There's a hardcore fan base of Silent Hill players. Konami said, you can change everything, but you've got to do it in the same time and budget. In another interview, Sam Barlow said, unfortunately, there were some problems there, and the game they were making was not in the best shape. We hadn't done anything to deserve to work on Silent Hill, but we worked very well as a team, had strong skill sets, and, well, we were available. At that point, there wasn't a huge amount of time to get the game done, but we insisted that we needed to redo a lot of the game in order to make it something that wouldn't embarrass the franchise. The game we shipped wasn't perfect, and I'd personally question even the idea of a prequel to Silent Hill, but it was much, much better than what might have been. That's the director of this game, Sam Barlow, saying, we got handed a fucking mess of a project and had to do it all over from scratch after the first team spent half the time and budget making something that he called embarrassing. So that when they showed it to Konami, they were like, you can redo it all, but you got to use the same amount of time and budget that's already left for the project. It was going to be a dark comedy based on Scrubs. There's a demo for this that's out there that I'll have to track down and stream for you guys at some point, where it literally is like a Resident Evil 4 over-the-shoulder style action camera. So I'll stream that at some point. And yeah, even the director himself saying the game we shipped wasn't perfect, and I'd question even the idea of a prequel to Silent Hill, but it was much, much better than what might have been. So that was one of those quotes where it's like, he knows they had to rush this game out. They had to do something. They didn't have a lot of time and they didn't have a lot of money, and they had to completely start over to make something not as embarrassing as what the first team had started. So the fact that he's very open about that in interviews and talks about kind of the train wreck that Origins is, like, it really does give it a little bit of credit. This is like one of my least favorite Silent Hill games, but all things considered, they polished the hell out of this turd, knowing what that original project was supposed to be. Anyone know where to find footage for the original game? That original version, you can look it up on YouTube. Like, if you look up just Silent Hill Origins early version, you can probably find people who've recorded clips and stuff from the demo. As said, the demo's been found and like ripped, so it's out there. People have emulated it and streamed it and done videos on it, so it's out there if you want to check it out. There's not a whole lot to it. It's just running through some town streets, shooting some monsters that look like robots covered in bubblegum with a Resident Evil 4 camera or style of camera. But there you go. I just got to bring that interview up again every time I go on break for anyone who missed it. Because, yeah, when I'm talking about all this stuff for Origins, that history of the development is very important for the context of this game. Knowing how bad it was going to be, how much they had to redo, how much time and money was wasted on the project initially, and how another team basically had to start over with less time and money than the first team had, to try to make something less embarrassing. The fact that the director himself, didn't think that a prequel was a good idea, but it was all they had time to really do. So many of these aspects make a lot more sense. So many things about this game make a lot more sense knowing that context of the development. So with that said, I'm going to take a break here. I'm going to take a few minutes.